It is?
Yeah. You just had to reset. You had too many apps, too much stuff running or something.
So this one's working the phone?
Mm-hmm.
Also? Alright. Right on. Alright, people, I just want to let you know, this is Roy Steen here coming back at you because I love you. And don't let the devil mess with your head. Now, I've already been streaming for about 3 hours. But, you know, as you know, salting slugs can get a little slimy at times. Also, baby girl, if something's going on, and just come and ask, and I'll vice versa. If we decide to change our minds, hey, fine, whatever. If no, don't let the enemy mess with your head. There's no sense in playing psychological ping pong. There's no sense, absolutely not. And again, don't be so hard on yourself. That's the enemy's job. Now, like I said, a good 3 hours. A good 3 hours. I even got my Kool-Aid smile. I got my Kool-Aid smile on here for you. Oh, here, you know, they say, let me take a little look. Take a little look. Still got a couple pounds I'm going to try to shed because I want to, because I really care about being healthy. Not so much how I look, but how I feel. And I feel good because I know the truth. The truth makes you free. Freedom really does feel good, people. Especially, and I'll just brush over this. You know, it's kind of, I gotta remember that phobia thing. It keeps me in check. You know, I gotta be wise and eat humble pie every day, and realize that when the enemy makes comments like, "This is the end of the chapter," realize what's being said here. Realize what's being seen. Listen, beloved, and pray for those that can't, because that's why we've got a little grace here. It's because people like us, just like Millie, people like us are crying out. Oh yes, I've seen it. It's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Just a snippet, but that's all I need. I'm sold out. Seen the other side too. Walked it, lived it. Not pretty at all. So when it says, when it talks about, it's not the author and finisher of anything. You see, this is in perpetual revision. Remember, sucker, huh, fool? So, baby, again, no stress. But we do need to speak. We need to talk about small things that need to be talked about before big things can take place, although they're taking place. But listen, people, listen to what's being said. They mocking. They love to mock. Where the head goes, the body follows. And the pearly gates, trying to deny the body, the head, mocking the pearly gates. Are you serious? Raised up for such a time as this, and counting, many of us. That's right, many of us. It's a beautiful thing. You see, the enemy use self-worth, the lack of self-worth, excuse me, the lack of self-worth, which accompanies unhealthy attachments, and then substance and all kinds of things, suicide. You know, they can't kill the messenger, so they're trying to kill the message, you see. And they knew, and it's so clear now, they knew. 3 hours of streaming. Almost to the first time, and then when I seen that my boy said, "Dad, it says that you're streaming, but you're not." I'm like, man. So I had to go, okay, instead of, hitting spin cycle, which us Irish can do very easily. Pardon me. I decided not even to feel sorry for myself, but to go ahead and try it for a third time. Many hours later, we covered some ground. Oh, it knew it too. But it's okay. It's all right. You know, if there's something in your life that you're led to change, don't be like I was. You know, I used to say my heart was in the right spot. It's just I didn't have the tools, or even if I did, I didn't have the self worth to believe I had anything good coming. I was a self sabotager. They wired me just enough to keep that door just smoking. But I digress. So, you know, the fact is all honor, glory, and praise go to our King. 3 hours. I hate to. I'm not. I'm really not. I have to laugh. Oh, God. Oh. So I'm gonna have to get a backup camera, even just so that I can capture the live footage. Because have you ever been saying something? I'll get back to the if you're led to make a change. Have you ever been saying something, and you're like, where's this coming from? Is somebody writing this? Somebody getting this? Kind of like Millie. She was right when she said, he's coming through us. Yes, what goes up must come down. But when he said, greater things than these you shall do, he meant not in potency, but in volume. Because we're going to have a much bigger reach than he is. He's in us. That's why he keeps Sabbath. Teaching his own. It's not the occasional sin. It's if you go on willfully. See, people, they love to. It's so simplistic. It's just, it has to be. Pun intended. A lot of these are going to come and go. It's 3 hours. Oh, it's beautiful. We'll just roll it. We'll just keep rolling it. But you are not, excuse me, the author and finisher of anybody's faith. You're not going to say when the end of any chapter is. This is in motion, perpetual motion. Matter of fact, I'm going to plug this in just in case I'm led to lay some major trail. Break some serious trailblaze, right? So, yeah, I just kind of just started where I started. But I want to go back to what I said about if you're led to make a change. Thank you, Father. Don't be like I was and think a geographical change is going to make a difference. I'm not saying that won't if your heart's in the right spot. If you're led to do that, hey man, you got to do what you got to do, and the Lord's going to bless you. And I'm going to pray and claim the power and the prayer of Jabez over your life, right? Oh, because there's mighty power in that little prayer. I've seen it move mountains. If you're led to make a change, don't be like I was and say, you know what? And my heart was in the right spot. I know I need to give my children a better life. Even though I didn't do exactly the same things that were happening to me, not even close in some areas. I was neglective, you know. I didn't give them the love that I didn't know how. But what I'm saying is don't put off tomorrow what needs to be done today, because like me, you know, I always intended to make a change. I'll do it tomorrow, and I meant it. My intentions, and you know what they say about paved to. But one day turned into another, a week turned into a month, a year. Now, 3 decades have went by. Like I said, man, sometimes you just have to make an end to the madness for the children, for the generations, because when it says that we are the sins find us from the third generation. It isn't. I was like, really? I that's a personal thing. How can I be held accountable for it? And he's like, no, son. After a while, I received what it meant. It's just like the cancer that I had to fight because my grandmother and grandfather and all that, it's hereditary. It's sins. It's sins of people's greed, which causes these things. she used to eat a lot of our fat, and I'll explain that. That fat, oof. And she died of intestinal cancer, just and so my grandfather also, the father of my great grandfather, the little Keystone Cop here in Seattle, which I'm still looking for that. I hope I can show you guys that photo. Um, if I understand the story correctly, he was killed. He was killed by gang members. But either way, so yeah, just if you're led to make a change, run it, going from wherever you go, there you are. If you have the good Lord with you, well then there He is. But don't be like I was, and I uprooted my family and caused them to, to experience what it is to just be, have no real, rolling stone gathers no moss. And I guess if that's what you're led to do, but not, when you're raising children, unless you're with the whole units together, I digress. So I just started from the, what's up? Am I still on, dude? Hey, son, check and see if I'm still on, will you, Bubba? Hold on, just in case I'll be right back. Am I still on? Oh, good. Okay, good. I'm still on. Because I had to check. I had to check because my boy was getting my lovely daughter. He's up from California. He does some contract work down there, and like I said, I had done this twice already, and they played this game with me. But it's all right. It's okay. It's one we already won. It's a one we already won. That's right. Twice is nice, but three's thrice. So yeah, I just kind of started where I started, and was talking about my dad and how he was. He brought the stability and protection. That's how I felt around my father, and of course my mom. She was my mom. At that time, I couldn't have asked for anything different. But of course, I didn't know anything. I didn't know things could get as dark as it was about to. So just to give you a little idea, so this Asian that I dubbed Wow, from the girl that was beating me up on the playground. Like I said, I wouldn't have believed it had I not found my glasses and put them on, because all I heard was feet meeting face. This little Asian guy, whom I found out later was a little Vietnamese boy, he dodged, he sidestepped a punch from her, and just started to repeatedly just make his way alongside her head, and she started crying. I'm gonna tell my. It was amazing. Like I said, wow, and I never could pronounce his name after that. He was my new little buddy, but me and Wow became real, good friends after that, and he walked me all the way home, and I didn't want to have to tell my dad what the day entailed. I'd been getting beat up by a not so nice black girl that literally was giving me I was being slightly traumatized, and getting a daily checkup from the neck up. But this young man, she never bothered me after that. And I always thought, like, oh, flathead Ed. I always wanted to my cousin, they've all got into the arts and stuff, and I've always could hook them up a little bit, not to brag, but I've never really studied it in depth like that. But This kid, man, it was amazing. But my dad finally earned the trust from his parents. 3 generations lived in that house. And they worked as the most, it was the neatest thing I'd ever seen, you know. And when my dad finally earned the trust from Wow's parents to take him to Woodland Park Zoo, man, I'll tell you what, I like I said, I couldn't understand. We couldn't understand each other, but we spoke the international language of love. And when his parents, they didn't want him to go, but when his parents seen him coming up the drive, and they were all waiting, all of them, grandparents and all, they seen how happy he was, and he was talking in Vietnamese. And by the time he even got to the stairs, they had the whole story, you know, and I could just see it all, and it made me feel good that their baby was safe. And after that, they treated me like royalty. Even to this day, I have to be careful so I don't blow up like a little walrus. I like them sweet, sour, and hot candies and foods, Asian foods. I just appreciate Asians. I just appreciate every Native Americans. I some real hard-working people, just some good people. And the Lord was helping me with the enemy's assault on my my perception of his people through racial blindness and tension and just complete just a lie, just a loss for words. It's just a lie. Like I said, before I get too far ahead, I grew up some of my troubled years when I was made a ward to the state in 1211 East Oliver. Some of my finest friends before the Clintons' coke got in there. Oh, did I say that? Separated our love with, and I understand about how it started, the one of the gangs with the lunches, but I know what's really happening. It just was a sad thing, so I'll brush over that. But I just kind of started from the beginning. My dad would take us all out fishing and stuff, and I swear this guy, if he could, like I said, he would smoke and eat his hat. My brother and I had one brother back then, Ronnie Steen. He's almost 2 years exactly younger than I am, 31571. I'm 32069. We had 2 rooms right downstairs from each other, and my dad, he like I said, we would go smelting and salmon, and he'd had many smokers, and I used to think by keeping my light bright on, I was somehow lighting his way and helping him get down there to change out the smoke chips and stuff, and it was a good time. It was a home back then, but we ended up moving from that house. I never contacted, never stayed in contact with Wow, but we moved to a farmhouse down from South Seattle. This was on Beacon Hill. Like I said, it was overlooking Boeing Field there, right there. And beautiful place for flying. It was plenty windy enough. And then we moved to a little farmhouse. We had like six pigs, 2 goats. We started to raise rabbits, and I started to really receive a lot of the seeds that this man was planting, because the Lord would have me adhere to a lot of the things that this man was that I was needing to be taught by this man before he was laid to rest, because I was going to be left to navigate these waters, murky waters, on my own, which I'm going to have to be extremely cautious, because there's a lot of different state homes. While I was a state property, so I have to be careful, because it's all coming out. Don't get me wrong. I'm not afraid. It's just that there's an order of things, and I'm learning through the and it would just so happens that my imprisonment, it just so happens that it turned out for the benefit and the glory of his coming and counting. Just like she said, and I'll get back on track. This may happen a little bit now and again. This may happen. Just like Millie said, he's coming through us. We're going to see him, but his foundation is getting laid through us. And once, if you stick with me on this journey, like I said, you're gonna come to one or two conclusions. And all you have to do is watch yesterday's video of what's happening here. There's no fine line. It is what it's becoming. That's why you and all your little mocking and all that stuff with your poison and all that. Consider the source, consider the time, and consider the response to the mock, the counter mocking, as it were. So, we moved, and my father, he had a thing with a local restaurant, kind of like you guys, people, not you guys, there's a Golden Corral, Old Country Buffet. We had Royal Fork, it was called back then. And my dad was able to, because we ate there, we had a big family, most all Boeing oriented. That's why I made the Boeing joke. And I got to be careful about not wanting to fly. My whole family was Boeing oriented. We would have big gatherings, and us kids would be over, a bunch of different tables of kids. It was like a big Thanksgiving gathering, and the parents over there, and we'd be out of Dad's sight just enough. My cousin would put some tab of butter on the napkin, and the place was packed, and it's just send that piece of cold butter on a warm ceiling, and it would stick, and you never really knew when it warmed up enough where it was going to fall. But here's the thing, here's how cool my dad was. When we were going through all that garbage that we were getting, right? And then remember the fat. My grandma used to eat everybody's fat at Royal Farm. There's something to this fat, and it's all going to play into, because I also have beat that garbage. And it wasn't like the doctors told me I was going to do it, okay? Which brings me to Redding, California in 07, the beginning of 07, which plays right into prophecy. But that's why that stream went 3 hours, indicating it was being received, and it wasn't. Well, it is now, right now, as far as I know, because now I got the old peepers working. Where'd you get those jeepers? So as we're going through the garbage, my dad would look at me, and I'm picking up the tabs. We're going through the tabs. This man was so awesome. He never really had to spank me, although he never really had to, because I trusted this guy. He was the head. He was the head. He wasn't the tail. He was the head. I respected this man, and every word that fell from his mouth. He wasn't all that religious. He used to tell me too, son, stay away from these pigs when we're not feeding them together, son. I was young. I was real young. I was still in, because when we moved from there, I was still in first grade. And he said, don't you go near them pigs, son. He goes, you fall. He goes, they'll eat you. It wasn't even a week later, he went in there to do something in there, and they bit a piece out of his boot. And then, of course, after that, I seen him crunch rocks, and I'm like, no doubt, I'm not going near that pig pen. Big old chunk of them boots, they were missing, and he went in there with a bat. He straightened them out. They never did that to him after that, but I seen it manifest plumb true right there. Hey, it's never steered me wrong. You know, and he never really forced his will on me, although he was planting these seeds. He didn't have to. He was the ultimate shepherd, you know? He was watching me climb in the tree in the backyard. It's Robin. Yeah, poor mama. She was trying to get my little butt head. I wanted to play with one of the 3 chicks that were up in the nest. And my dad says, calmly, he was walking by, I think he was getting a saw or something. He was fixing something. And he says, son, I want you to know, if you take one of them birds out of there and play with it, even if you do put it back and treat it nice, he said, that mama won't, she won't understand that. Nature's different, and she'll reject that bird, and she'll kill that bird. And he never lied to me, like I said, and it horrified me. It really did. Because I had been used to playing with the little chicks. We had like a little farm, like I said. You know, we were about to get rabbits, and I'd put the chicks up on my mom, we would hang the laundry, and I'd put the chicks up there and stuff, and I just wanted to check out the little bird. And like I said, he didn't come over, he let me go about my business, right? He wanted me to learn. And I did. Because I put that bird back in that nest, and I went and grabbed a chick. And I stuck that little chick in one of his work boots. And the next morning, before I went to school, I went out to check on that little chick, and that chick was frozen solid. That little thing was like an ice cube. It was frozen. So I dropped it back inside the boot and went over to look at the birds, and all 3 of them were dead at the base of the tree. And all day it had horrified me. And I just wanted to get back to get to that chick that I had left in the boot. And I got back, and parents were at work still. And I got that little chick out, and I stuck it on my parents' dresser, and I went and made me a snack. And thou shalt not lie. That thing started, it thawed, and it started doing its thing. I couldn't believe it. It was amazing. Maybe it's like bees, you know, you freeze them and tie the thing, you know, and they did, you know, and they have a way, you know, the way they're designed to deal with, you know, sub-freezing weather. But, you know, and he was so awesome, you know, that one morning the neighbor lady, she was quite older, and she was crying, and she had slipped and fell to go check the day before his mail. And my dad went over so gently, he picked her up, and he waited till the ambulance came, and she had to get a hip surgery. She had to get a replacement, I think. She broke her hip, is what it was. They had to do something. Anyway, she was gone for a few days, and that man with love in his eyes, man, I'm telling you, and fire in his heart, he rebuilt her whole deck, and even to this day, you know, he put the composition on. I had to just do that the other day. Just little things like that you don't worship the dead. And I know what Christmas is, but you know, I haven't quite come to that yet. I'm not so much, and maybe I'm making an excuse, but it's a way I can rekindle. You know, he used to always get me a bike. Even though it was a Huffy, and some of you are going to know what I'm talking about, it wasn't a Hutch or a Cook's Brother or a Diamondback or, you know, it wasn't a Race Incorporated like all the other kids. Their parents all worked at Boeing, most of them, and I didn't get one of them. It's not because they didn't love me. It's not at all. I got a Huffy, and you know, it's just that society, I was groomed to not be satisfied with that. But I'm getting the top of the line bike. Already got it. I'm pretty certain. What a blessing. Long, hard fight. I struggle too, but boy, it's so worth it. So well worth it. So he had her porch built. And, I wasn't the best kid. I had my little devious side. I used to steal apples from Mr. and Mrs. Jones, the neighbor. And boy, bees are really becoming a really big part of my life too, which is a blessing. But I swear Mrs. Jones knew I was stealing those apples. My dad never taught me to steal. I want to make this very clear. And by the way, that farmhouse is where he'd build those big kites I was mentioning yesterday. So big that I couldn't fly them. I was that small where he had to hold me when we were flying them. But he never taught me to steal. So I was over there, I was stealing apples. I started with one bite. And Mrs. Jones, one day, she offered me some apple pie with this real, it was almost like the look my dad would give me when we were going through the pig slop. Little tabs of butter, like, I know what you guys are doing. She offered me this piece of pie. Oh, man. Talk about remorse driving me to repentance so that I could seek life. Right? So I got a little cocky, and I decided to throw one of them apples. They had a bunch of beehives. I had a small orchard there, and I threw this apple as hard as I could at those, because she told me, now you stay away from those beehives. And I was like, well, she just don't want me to steal those apples. What's up with that? What's so good? Well, I gotta have that apple, right? Was already gazing on it. Was already looking at it already. All it had to do is it just came and it left like a serpent. It left like a serpent. I threw that apple so hard, those bees made a beeline. Now, I've been around those hives before. I've been around many times. It wasn't supposed to be. It's their property, for the love of truth, right? And as Uncle Ted would say, truth, logic, and common sense. My dad was not raising me that way. I was, going astray a bit. Those bees made a beeline into my jacket, where my mom had to submerge me in a bath, and that's not the first run-in I've had with bees, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but wasn't long after the bee little heist there that I woke up to my father. See, we were starting to raise rabbits, like I mentioned earlier, and something kept getting them. And one morning I woke up, and my old man, my dad, pardon my French, right? Because he might have been old, right? But he was a Toys R Us kid too, right? He never gonna grow up. He was running up the road with a small caliber rifle, probably a .22. I'm sure it was the .22, in boots, buck naked. He was running after the neighbor's dog. He didn't shoot him or nothing. He had the right. He could have, and I think that was one of the rules. At least that is when I was down in Reading, when I had a place in Happy Valley and I had cattle. But I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Oh, miracles! One miracle after another, people. So we end up moving from and remember that fat, because my grandfather, like I said, the Keystone Cops dad, he also liked to trim that fat, and I really believe that's where a lot of that poison, that a lot of it gets in there. And then of course we don't want to talk about we don't want to make any corny jokes Not at this point. Because I need to lace. I can't get banned, so early in the game. I got, I want to earn your trust. A lot of you already have. And it's not me, of course. We always give honor, glory, and praise to our heavenly Yah. It's so easy. Like I said, even a cave person can say it. Yeshua, Yahweh. It's simple. AKA Jesus. He knows your heart. He knows your heart. We don't want to get too anal retentive, right? Because that's what, we get scientifically religious, and we start merry-going round and round. We start getting Einstein or whatever Indian, whatever the Lord is whatever the Lord is bringing to the forefront. So we end up moving from the South Park place to Des Moines, Kent, Des Moines. I really cherish that place. I was probably, because he was laid to rest pretty soon. Not long after we moved to the Des Moines house. But my aunt helped him make these huge sideboards. Busy Bee Constructions, big huge bee. And she uses the smolts, like you see on antique signs, to crushed glass. And I just got done visiting her in Spokane. And we were just talking about that sign, And she helped him. This was before he got a job at Boeing, but because most of my family, like I said, are Boeing. That's why. But so yeah, she helped him make these big, huge bumblebees signs. He would hire a lot of the kids that were old enough to be on roofs and stuff, and he built quite a few homes there in our Des Moines home. He would do most of the framing and stuff, and he wouldn't do much of the finishing. But he hired this one kid, and you would never know there was anything going on with his name was Doug. And his family, loving family, so they seemed from the outside, and I don't, there's nothing that would lead me to believe that anything behind closed doors was going on. But my dad hired him, and he was just the neatest kid, and one day he asked me to throw a paint can in the fire. Back then you could burn your scraps, and this is the only time my dad actually had to spank me. Well, twice, but I threw that paint can in that fire, and they were finishing. I think they were rolling the trusses or something, but that can, boom, Downey, throw that in the fire, Okay, and I was picking up scraps down below. That was my job. And I threw that in there, and he jumped. He jumped pretty good, and he paddled my butt. He always separated the rut. He separated himself from the punishment. Because he was such a loving, caring person. He wasn't gonna smack me around with the same hand. He stroked my head, and the man was awesome. And so it blew us all away when Doug committed suicide. It was nuts. But right across from Doug's house, we were playing hide and seek, and this bee thing always comes up, and that's why you just stick around. You can't make this up. It's playing hide and sneak. Remember Smear the Queer and stuff? Well, I was running to try to get, Ollie Ollie I'll come free. I was trying to get to home base, and I was rounding second, man. I was heading third, full speed, and bam! Right into a beehive. I'm serious. Another same scenario. Home, all over me. I run home crying. My mom, same thing. Fill the bathtub. It was crazy. Something about them bees, and they just keep coming. Very inviting, though. Sweet to some, better for others. It just depends. It all depends. It's motive and intent, people. Don't let them fool you. You're starting to see it. We've been given a little more time. Don't hit the snooze button. And I pray for Sir Trump and Vice President Pence daily. And like I said, I'm going to spend hours, one day, just hours thinking, because I don't even want to start thinking, you guys. I want to, but I don't want to. I feel like I want to lay a little foundation first. Because once I start thinking, because there's so many of you to thank, people that you probably are like, man, I wonder if if I don't mention you, believe me, if your heart's in the right spot, everything's being written down in the Lamb's Book of Life. Things that aren't covered by the blood are going to be exposed, and you are going to have the privilege to hand down the sentence to those that have mocked us. It's already happening. Rejoice! That's why, and I don't want to self-righteous, but do you see how they mock me on this stuff? Do you see this? Do you see what they're doing? Do you see all the little signs and stuff? They want to trip me up. See, they can't kill the messenger, so they're trying to kill the message. They've been doing that from the beginning. But once you know, and you start to, then you go, wow, wait a minute. If they could have, they would have. They can't, so they won't. You start to exercise. And I'm not saying it can't happen and don't get paranoid. I'm pretty much sure it's already happened to those like, oh, poor Joan and Robin and all them. And again, I don't want to get myself nipped too early, right? But it's losing its luster. When it threatens you like that, and it can't, and believe me, if it could, it would. It's losing it. The more faith you exercise, the less authority you allow it over your body. You're denying your flesh the misfortune to gobble on the goo of fear. Because really, people fear things they don't understand. They don't even know. That's why I say, Father, please, as I'm wrestling, you know how much I love you, because the Lord loved me that much. That's why. And I've tasted and I've seen it's good. There's just one thing missing, and I've worked hard. I've fought hard, and I've sustained. And it's not easy. Like I said, being a healthy male in his prime, it's not easy, but I see the seductive sorcery, and I love you that much to deny myself that lie. I know the gift he gives us so that we can feel that orgasmic feeling. Forgive me if that offends you, but it's a taste, and some people worship it. It's to be experienced by just one, you and your wife, or vice versa. Become that person. Don't go looking for it. Become. It's gonna happen. You'll find each other. And if you're led to be single, fine. But I'm seeing this match, these matches being made. See, because they're trying to kill the laughter, and they're trying to destroy the generation, that which is going to rule forever and counting, and they don't like it. And I'm not concerned with what they like. And it would behoove them not to threaten anymore whom I love. That's you. Yes, even you. Oh, people. Oh, yeah. Cannibalized the book. Threw me in prison. All for your benefit. All the everything. The trip down to Alex. All of it. The attempts on my life. Every time I went down. The body, the MS-13 were hired. They held And if it wasn't for I'm going to tell you something right now, like I said, and I'm going to jump around a little bit. If it wasn't, I was led to listen to Sheila Zelinsky, and it was Miss Shepherd. Thank you, Yeshua. It was Erica Shepherd, and she was explaining what you might experience. What one might experience if he was being or she was being spiritually, demonically attacked, like maybe having a spell. Like some of the videos. See, don't. Unless you're led to read into them, don't read into them, baby. They're not for you, honey. But for you. But Shepherd, they were preparing me for the trip because that vertigo, I didn't understand what it was. They were casting spells, like the dude that they right out of the gate, coming out in L.A., they had already put a bunch of assassins on the train, but they weren't successful. So what they had to do is they threw that poor son of a gun. They held him, actually. They had him. They doped him up. They held him. They prayed over. That's what they do. These are blood sacrifices, just like phobia. It's a little too early in the game. And they held him until that train, and we all about 1:30 heading down Starlight. I know that trip well. I used to run stuff up and down all the time. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I know that run. I know. Everybody floored, waking up because most everybody, they just went right back to sleep because I had to transfer to another train. Because that Starlight, that was the last end, and then now that to get me into Austin. Right out of L.A., blood sacrifice, cast a spell, and see Miss Shepherd. Bless you, sweetie. And don't take that the wrong way, baby. You're the only one, unless you or we decide that's not it, right? I'll get over it. It won't be easy, but hey, just. We'll communicate, which we need to do. We need to do. We are. I love you and I care about what you think. They were preparing me. She was preparing me for why I was feeling the way I was feeling, and what was leading up to me leaving, and why I was feeling that way. I didn't understand. I knew it was something demonic. I just couldn't quite place it. And they said we're real, and no offense, and I'm not even attracted to I love you, but my fetish was with bronze women, but they had sent on another seductress under the train, along with some people, just to kill me, just to flat out kill me. But I seen what they threw in front of the train. That's why I'm telling you, I seen it. But they didn't want to. And the conductor said, I don't know how to tell you people this. And then the guy said, shh, like that, and then the dead mic. It was a drop on the dead key, right? The doors opened, they got out, and they had their flashlights. They'd probably have done this before, but this was a target. This was an arrow shot specifically for me, so I couldn't get down there and be unified with Millie and expose some things that needed to be exposed that I wasn't even privy to at the time. Well, I am now. It's beautiful. Stick around a minute. We got a story that's gonna just. It ain't a million little pieces. That's for sure, right? So, and then I seen the two run off this way. So they were trying to get others to board the train because the others that were already on weren't successful from Tacoma to that point. At that point. Because Michael was there. I actually seen Michael, the archangel. He had took form of this, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself because that's what's going to happen. So let me just stick with the train kept rolling all night long. It's hard to stop a train. Death, where is your sting? Where is your sting? And counting. Souls and counting. I bet you never imagined this. You're going to find out life is just beginning. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, yes. Hallelujah. Just like the prophet on Round Mountain in Shasta County, in 2007 told me. He told me. I didn't listen. So I had to gobble some more goo, and I had to take my family down some pretty unpleasant, unnecessary little trips. And it wasn't a little trippy from a hippie, like a little hippie on a trippy. It wasn't no pleasant little trip. My people die for lack of knowledge. But see, we're going to expose you. That's what's happening. So that everybody can see, all the nice people can see your true colors. You already heard when they were administering that phobia. Did you hear? Listen. Listen. So, it reminds me, that's why I don't donate plasma. They're like, sir, you're going to have to sit up. I'm like, man, I can't do it. He goes, sir, you're going to have to sit up. I'm like, man, they're like, maybe, sir, you might not want to donate. I said, you think? I'll never do that stuff again. Are you serious? Bless you if you can do it. It just came because I feel myself sliding down. So it's a real living illustration. Well, the person that took me with the buddy card, because they get a little issue, they were like, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, Jesus. Like, I told you. Listen. So, through that poor sacrificial dude, and part of me even was impressed to say that he actually gave himself up. That's going to sound crazy. You see, these people, they got more faith than most of you fools. Huh? You better start. You'll know them by their fruits, and it's impossible. You exercise some of that faith. I seen him running over. The Lord showed me him running over. I had to go get down. I had to pray right in that muck in because those stalls and those trains, they're small, man. I had to be down. I had to get down a lot. But old Michael, I had to keep myself. I had to be digging in the dirt, man. I was praying that the Lord would anoint me and continue to send down his angels, and he did. And Gabriel wasn't far behind. Boy, I seen Mikey was, and we're not talking about BM. We're talking about the chief in that category. Anyway, oh man, this man was amazing. And I said to him, would you like a piece? And he said, no, that's okay. You see, moments before, this beautiful black lady that I said, God bless. You see, I was playing 45 records, if you know what I mean. I gotta be extremely cautious, so I wasn't too concerned, but I wasn't too overly, let's say, engaging in conversation, but I wanted to emulate my Lord, whom I was making the trip for, and still are. So she said, right out of the blue, she came right to me, right before this beautiful giant. Said, no, thank you. She said, come here, I have something for you. And just beeline those doors, walked right, because I was like just two behind on the left side. So right when you know how the boxes start, like the second train through the door. So she got right to me, come here. And I just got right up and followed her down around where the luggage was, and she says, here, this is for you. She gave me some watermelon and some cantaloupe. And normally I don't eat anything from strangers. And I had been fasting. All I had was I think on the dinner cart when the seductress was, and those of you that are, who I'm talking about, She ordered the same thing I was having. I had the vegetarian noodles and it was you know, the fake, like the boca meat. But I was fasting, but I had a little bit of that because I was talking to a guy that wrote the programs for Uber, and so I was breaking bread with him actually, and I was wanting to start networking with the Lord. Said, "Oh, you this one here, you know, you want to." So even though, and I prayed, and not everybody prayed, but you know, the Lord was leading me to do some things. But anyway, so I'm sitting there, and she gets me there, and I go back to my, and I knew, and I could see then it was an angel, and I had already said God, but she was kind of almost standoffish. And this was earlier in the trip, but something told me to say God bless you, you know, right before I went into the bathroom, get on my face and start praying because I'm literally my head is spinning off my shoulders. It was before I left here to make the trip when I told everybody I'm heading down, and they said, "Oh, no, you," and I said, "Oh yeah," and they pulled a hearse into my back to hearse. You should see the stuff when I get down to detail about the stuff that they pulled. Okay, so so I uh, so I said, "Would you like a piece?" You know, and he said, "Oh no," you know. And I said, "Are you sure?" And he says, "Yeah, matter of fact, yeah." So him and I, and this was a big bag. And she cut this up. It was all cut in cubes. And the Lord says, "Son, take a break. Go ahead, have a little something, have a little fruit. Hey, you're the fruit of my spirit. Enjoy with this angel." This man was he was as dark as the female, my sister, who I'm certain was an angel. And this man was the biggest black, and I've been around some big people. I grew up, and I don't want to go in too much detail, but you'll find out when I talk about my dad. I grew up around clubhouses and bikers and stuff. This man, and even wrestling size type guys, the monsters, small Andres, right, or not too much smaller. This guy was big. He filled those two chairs. He said to me, he says, he looked right at me. He said, "Yeah, there's a lot of evil around, isn't there?" Because I had just got done praying, because I knew through Miss Shepherd, your sister Shepherd, what was going on. You see, now I don't have to agree with everything, and that's the beautiful thing. Remember that. Take what you can use and leave the rest. I might only agree with one small thing but I'll share their video. But I might not go in their live chat because I'm starting to see things that are being directed and towards me that I've been accustomed to I'm familiar with these things that aren't necessarily designed or derived from the source that they might try to have me believe they are. Just evil everywhere in all different shapes, forms, and sizes. So this man, he says to me, he says, "Don't worry." He says, "Don't worry," because this other MS-13, he was gonna cut my throat. I seen it in a vision, and so did Mike, so did the Archangel. He did too, and he looked right at me. He said, "Don't worry." He goes, "I'm gonna be in the observation car right here." And I was about ready to play some in the ghetto, some 45 records. I literally was starting to sing some songs. The minute that fool made the wrong move, because he was just one seat back, and you know how them trains, it staggers back once, and the one that was already on the train, the female with the rest of them roaches, they couldn't get me. They were acting like they were part of another family, and I found out later in El Paso. But that boy, he got on the train. He slipped on when they did that cast that spell on me and offered up that sacrifice. So that living sacrifice there. No, these people are for real, man. No, they're done. Like, let's not give them any. They're done, but they're for real. You better get for real too. Oh, they're for real. They are for real. And then I get there, and I pray. I'm at the hotel. There's a Don's barbecue. I took a picture of it. You know, Millie knows. Alex, they all know. Well, see, they all them fools. They know. And again, I liked the lion drawing. I liked it. I liked the drawing. And I liked the little MTV. I always remembered music. I even predicted things even back then. I didn't know why. I freaked my mom out before I was made award to the state. And again, we're gonna go back. It's just that we need to just go wherever we go, right? Because of course I'm so damn nervous right now. I can't even see straight, and I'm sure the enemy is just absolutely just as cool as a cucumber. So yeah, and there I was, and then of course I was able to pray for this Mexican lady. They literally she couldn't speak English, but I was eating tacos from the Dons behind me, and they were like, we know where you are. And I'm like, well, whatever, man. Come get me, right? And I was still having vertigo, and I was telling because I was going on Alex Jones, hey, man, I need a little time to unsee some things I seen. Do you remember that? When I said I need to unsee some things that I seen? Well, that's what I was talking about. What do you think? I make this stuff up as I go along? I'm just look, I'm just along for the ride. I'm just a messenger. I am simply a Sabbath-keeping, evangelical messenger. That's it. If you don't like what you get, return to sender. And it is creepy to read someone else's mail. I want you to know that. Do you remember that? So don't think I'm all up in here. That's not it, man. The Lord gives us talents and gifts. And I would never abuse anything like that. Not after all that's been said and done. Knowing how much He loves you, that's how He helped me. I don't dare. Are you serious? Oh, I know better. I know better than them. If they did, even know half is what I know, believe me, you want to see a change? Oh, man. Woo! They don't even know. They think they do. They're like, right now they're like, but we do. No, you don't. As they're throwing people in, yes, we do. Oh, they're serious, but they just don't know. I do. And I'm telling you right now, it ain't good. It ain't good at all. Right? But it's awesome for us. Because just like that holy matrimony, don't think for a minute. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself because there's some things that ain't going to have nothing to do with your salvation. There's just things you need to know, beloved, about His house having many mansions. Oh, yes. That's why it's trying to go, it come to change times and laws, huh? That's what it does. Times and laws. It's trying to mess up perpetual, eternal matrimony. See? Oh, He's the groom. We are the bride, being adorned, like I said. Right? However, we are to be paired up, if we're led to, with eternal carnal matrimony. That's gonna carry over. Oh yes, He's King of all kings, but don't think for a minute. Don't let no man separate. Not even God. He's seen it was good. He's seen we needed a helpmate. Huh? Flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone. What do you think? Yes, we're going to have new bodies, new heaven and new earth, but don't think for a minute. This is a union. As far as the east is to the west. It is trying to freakitize time. It's trying to beat out inevitability. It is trying to retard perpetual truth. That's what it's trying to do, and it can't. It's running right now. It's running. And we are getting a little bit extra time because their soul's still waking up. See, the Lord's not going to let 1 second of unnecessary suffering. He was coming. Oh, don't think for a minute Hillary didn't win. Oh, man. Like I said, people are afraid of things they don't understand. And when you got a little bit of fear, right? A little bit of anger, that produces rage. You see these fools out here. This time around, people voted for the idea of the Second Amendment. Even if they weren't about the Second Amendment, they liked the idea that this man, they were starting to come to the idea that this man, just like I had to come to the idea, hey, look, we could be doing a lot of other things. But we seen that there was a dire need for a change. And what is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. You got to do something different to get a different result. It's so simple. Even a retarded special ed caveman like me can figure this out. Man, come on, people. You know, every day I pray, don't hit the snooze button, people. Hey, Ducky boy. Don't hit the snooze button. You know more than you think you do. And I'm telling you, it's losing. Just look, it's losing, man. We're gaining her back. She's going to be restored to her original dominion, but we want to salvage as many souls as we helped put in the ditches. We were right there digging. You see, as saints, we have no business saying, oh, well, we've reached this. No. There's souls to be salvaged. Don't you love your brothers and sisters? Don't you want somebody, didn't you want somebody to help you, pull you out of the situation you were in? God, I sure did. That's what perverted me into this not seeking the truth, because religion was it was hypocrisy. And you know what? It's lived up to everything it is. It's science. Now, I'm not talking observable science. I'm talking about sorcery, like pharmakia and this moon cheese madness. And we don't have to agree on everything. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you know and call out to the one that has given his life for a debt he didn't know, so you could have an eternal life for a price you could never pay. See, you'll never see a U-Haul, hearse pulling a U-Haul. I heard that one before. I've never forgotten that. And it's so true. That's why it says that he told the man, sell your stuff. But it's easier for an eye to, the camel to pass through an eye of a needle than a rich man to get to heaven, because is that your God? Is sex, is that orgasmic feeling your God? Is the weed your God? Right? It's not the opium poppies, it's not the coca leaves, it's not the weed, it's once you process it, it's once it becomes your God. I hope cure my cancer with medical marijuana, but smoking it's addicting, and for me it caused issues, and I went back to it when I got out of prison. I was off it for a while. December 22nd, 2015. You know, and it's not an excuse. It's something that I need to work out. But eating it, a different story. Hey, it says in Genesis it was good. It's all going to be restored. But once you process stuff, just like fructose, sucrose, you know, we can make corny jokes, and I don't want to get, you know, there's that phobia thing, and I could get nipped early. I have so much to tell you. This story when I was a child, it's just, you'll know, well, wow, are you serious? No wonder why that atheist to begin with, Jonathan, you know, he wanted to be co-author, and I said, no problem, no big eyes or little U's. You know, before they threw me in prison, it was for our benefit, by the way, I was offered a job by Dr. Khan. Her and her husband, Middle Eastern, intelligent doctors. They own a few practices on South Hill and Puyallup. Were my doctors for years. They've watched me go through a lot of different changes. And the new lady that was checking me in before I handed myself over, because I handed myself over to them. You see, they couldn't even arrest me. But they sure gave me the kiss of death when I walked in there. But whew, boy, I'll tell you what. truth is a painful one to have to be made to re-eat as we are in the revised edition. So, you know, I was offered a job as their life coach in their chemical dependency class. Huh? Me? My doctor! They almost couldn't recognize me. Man, are you serious? And it was the Holy Spirit speaking through. She's like, Mr. Steen, I've known you for years. Oh, man. Their chemical dependency class, and I left there weeping because I knew I had to turn myself in, because I knew the enemy. I knew they were going to hand me down that 84-month sentence. See, I knew that. They lied to me to try to get me in there, but I evaded them for 3 years. They looked for me for a while, but then, you know, when the Lord has the cloak and he justifies whom he justifies. See, he knew my heart. He knew. He knows. And almost to the day after what I dubbed don't have the last step tell you it's the first. Sorry, baby. There's a reason. And so I come back and I went ahead and I handed myself over for the kiss of death. But boy, so much faith had been established in my incarceration. Just got one innocent guy out. They about killed him, stomped him to death. Teacher. They had him over in Japan. Beautiful man. He's going to help me with my tort claim. Unlawful imprisonment. Because none of these clowns. Oh, Mary Robinette, bless your heart. They're trying to get rid of her. Pray for her. Prosecutor, good woman. Yeah. She made sure to it that I got back to... They weren't even trying to let me out of prison after I'd already won my appeal after the Circuit 2 Court of Appeals. All 3 judges signed off on it. Said this man's sentence will be reversed and he will be remanded. They were watching me when I was in prison. Well, you know, they're all watching you. I couldn't even go anywhere to mourn for some things that I had to mourn over, but I walked main line. My brother, Scrappy, we worked hard. Respect. In that realm, it is earned. But how wrong they are. Yes. I hadn't been in the mix for so long, and my brother, so fresh in it. Oh, Scrappy, what's up? Hey, man, do you need anything there? That's Scrappy's brother. Hey, man, this and that, you know, and I appreciate it, but I still had to sit where I had to sit, because I couldn't claim a certain thing, but they knew, you know, they knew what was up. But I was no longer living like that anymore, so. But I walked, big yard, 8 wing. While I was fighting this, waiting to get back to court, 3 lines in the center, big yard, 8 wing. They're probably still there today, because I had people, I say, they're like, Steen, you getting out? Is the guards, you ain't going nowhere, you ain't going. And there's a few, you know, I love you, the ones that I've known since 90. You know who I'm talking about. But for those of you that got me up late at night for the midnight ride, remember that, huh? Remember all that? Didn't let me know that I was leaving. Didn't let me take none of my legal material. Huh? Messed with me all the way to the bus. Tried to make me think that you guys are going to kill me. And I just laughed at you. Because you guys have been trying to kill me for a half a century. Because it didn't want this conversation to take place. Because of all them souls and counting. You see, like Millie said, it's right next to you. You never know who you're entertaining. He's laying the foundation of his return through us. And if you don't think so, you might want to go back and re-pray that one. Greater things than these we shall do. If you love me. He said, I come not to change anything. Now, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just letting you know. If I love you as much as I say I do, and I do, and I truly believed there was something that I had that might be able to help you a little bit better, may even save your life, and I didn't tell you, what would that make me? Huh? As it mocked me today. The pearly gates, the head is not going to be separated from the body. Go tell that lie to somebody that doesn't know, that hasn't seen the miracles of our Creator, that hasn't been the recipient of the past, present, and future, the perpetual, that plumb truth, that threefold cord. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. He holds up true. We are that across the board or not. That's the foundation. You have to start with a solid foundation, a plumb true foundation. It's hip to be square, baby. But it has to be settled in your own mind. And to force that on somebody, and that's not what's happening. But to force that, if there's something that's being said, you'll know what's in a tea bag after putting it in hot water. Speaking of tea, it would have been cold by now anyway. It's just like the dross. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He was there. It's just like that baby chicken. It's just like the illustration of... Just take a few steps back. I just want to strengthen you so you can start this journey on your own. Raise a child up. Oh yeah, they told me the whole way on that plane ride too. So I said, okay, fine, whatever, fine. They could... Prayed for the Mexican that owned the taco stand there. It blew her away, but she started to weep. And they were all eyeing me, over there. I took my food. I went back to the motel. This is when still the train trip. The train wreck, as he called it. All the papers all over. Piece of shit. And then wonder why. Well, wonder no more, Wonder Woman. You little wussy. Oh, I know. See, I just didn't have the full meal deal because I couldn't be trusted. And not only that, I couldn't handle it. My Heavenly Father, He knows. He's never going to give you more than you can handle. But He's going to expect more out of you than what you're going to expect out of yourself. You got to push. You got to stay at the slope of that mountain. You got to wail. Faith, don't let me fail. Stumbling I do, today far and few. My name be found. Oh yeah, thank you, Mary. It got me out of there. They didn't want to. Oh no, I had to have some family. Actually call Olympia and just stay on it and say, hey, listen, man, he just got sent back to county. Now you want to send him, he's just been released, but now you want to send him all, well, he has to go back to be officially released. That's cool, but he goes back to our units, receiving, where you first go to get, to have your evaluation, where you do your, find out where you're going to go. That's where you go. But you want to send me all the way back? Well, that's where his stuff's at. That's why they had me leave so late. First, they wanted to mess with me. See, they love to try to mess with me and make me think that they can take my life. That's that. But once that wasn't in, they messed all the way through the whole damn penitentiary to that bus, that waiting bus, at 1:30 in the morning. The whole way. Oh, I was. Some of them, I love you, and you were praying for me. You know who you are. You were praying for me, and I know we were looking at each other, and I know, but you have to make that decision. You're gonna have to make that decision. I know your heart's in the right spot, but when it comes right down to it, man, you're gonna have to make the decision. Who are you pledging allegiance to, huh? Mark Twain? So, and there's some damn good people in there, because I'm going to tell you some stories that are going to blow your mind. At least they were designed to lay snares for me. Some real horrific stuff. Some real carnage. And pardon me if I don't shed a tear, but I do over some spilt honey. But because I've been a little desensitized to some gruesome stuff. The enemy has dismembered a lot of my hopes and dreams to keep me from having this conversation with you. To keep me from loving you. Because the Lord, there was always somebody there. I always had somebody praying for me. You see, the church that my dad, before he died, see, that was the time my mom and dad got to spend together on Sunday. I didn't know that. Looking back now, oh, what a beautiful thing, that oneness. I was in the Royal Rangers. We'd come back, my brother and I, and we'd get a little, candy, like a bubble gum or something. A little 25-cent thing of gum they'd let you have. My dad would have the mini bike ready to go at Sunday. We'd be riding it up at the park side, the elementary school. Every Sunday. Guy was awesome. And when I start to dig in about him, we'll go back to the Des Moines house and him passing away and stuff. I'll bring you up to speed on that. But there's just some stuff I need to fill in. But like I said, even when I was henpecking this out, when I had the impression back in 06, when I was watching that Oprah Winfrey deal with a million little pieces, and what if fiasco that was going to be, and I ended up finding out later on, which just one miracle after another. It's just so amazing how everything connects. Just like me sitting right here, and I had this amazing miracle moment, one of many, through a game warden whom I'm pretty certain was either being used as a host for an angel or something. But years ago, and then I unintentionally moved here 5 years ago when the scales fell from my eyes, when I looked at a woman like I never have before or since. So, but there was other things that needed to be exposed. And I think that's why, and it was our Heavenly Father. You can call it what you want, but there's a reason. He's his hand, even of correction, it extends. It's pretty. It reaches. It'll reach out and touch you. It sure will. I'm starting to find out, and counting. It's a beautiful thing. So, I just want you to know, 3 good solid hours, man. And it was good, and I'll just keep plugging away at it. And like I said, keeping things on track. Some might say, well, something so vast and deep and sounds so technical. Why wouldn't you go off of something? Well, it wouldn't be the same, for one, and for two, I'm almost thinking you might not even believe it. A lot of you that already know. But because we have to hop around, because there's things that are going to be, let's say, verifiable along the way. So I'm led to do it this way because I really want to earn your trust. I really care about what you think, but I do care. I mean, I don't care about what people think about where I'm at with my salvation, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't care about what you think. I do, because I care about you. And if I thought your thoughts were gonna lead you into a ditch like a blind leading the blind, the same ditches I helped dig with that same shovel that I helped dig down that same what's that, Lassie? That same well. I just dug it as I fell. Oh, I didn't even intend for that. Oh, simplicity. Corny, really. But you know what you get when you're corny? You get people like John and Patricia Hall. Do you see that love there? Huh? I'm not trying to put them on a pedestal, but you see, that is what I've been wrestling for. Didn't even know I didn't know what that was or wasn't. So brainwashed. So hook, line, and sinker, man. Hook, line, and sinker. Mess. But it's all being turned around on the enemy. The Lord takes that which isn't. It wasn't a blessing. It was a temptation. Which, remember, God can't take. He'll take that which isn't and makes it as if it were. Once you confess and allow Him in. It's a process. We just stay ready so we don't have to get ready. You don't have to worry about it. You start feeling a little dizzy, well, you might be getting spiritually attacked. It was happening to me a lot. It's happening less and less now. Oh, they threatened to kill my grandchildren. Come on, man. These people, they've been doing that a long time. Trying to keep me from having this conversation. Right? That's really what it is. And after you get accustomed with even a quarter of this story, you're going to be like, oh, wow, yeah, holy smoke. Where there's smoke, there is fire. In Twaidamela, he who greets with fire. Just a little spark. You know, it says that tongue, there's life and death in the tongue. A little spark ignites a whole forest ablaze. A little rudder controls a big ship. A ship of fools, right? But we have the means to a peaceful end. Eternity. Now, how can you go wrong? The eternity somewhere, right? Just remember that. Somewhere. Now, I got 2 tickets to paradise. And counting. Right? So, yeah. And then when I hopped on that train, man, or that plane, try it for the second time. And a lot of amazing things happened, like I said, with that Victoria. They bugged up that phone. They told me they were gonna. Not only did they bug up my mobile, which they did today again. 3 hours of streaming. No, not, just amen walls, right? Wasn't in vain. They threatened me. They told everything they told me they were going to do, except, what they obviously can't do. They did. Well, you should have seen that little chicken butt move out of my way, though, when I finally did land in Austin. Oh, boy, because he knew I was picking up what he was laying down, man, and no one else around him was. So for me to snap on him wouldn't have looked too good. Everybody in that close proximity, it was a red-eye flight, right? They'd have been like, man, what's up with this dude? This guy, all he was doing was talking to his buddy right behind you. Oh, yeah, right? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, on the way back, when that beloved, I don't know if it's your brother or not, Millie, but I was able to pray for him. I had a real good feeling about him. Love that guy. I think about him now and again. The oil rigger. I really felt good praying for that guy. I was led to pray for him. I got a little tongue-tied there for a minute. But the enemy was right behind me. They walked around. They walked around us, and they let me know. You see? Well, they were trying to book that seat right next to me, going back. My phone was fried. And like I said, they fried my shuttle, so I couldn't call and get the shuttle there. And then Victoria, which I'd predicted, which has no secrets, which got more than one meaning. When I got there, I was a little hot. I had to end up taking a cab, which like I said, it was a miracle that I even got to the place because everything was already set up in advance, weeks in advance. I already sent my letter off to you know who, Big Boo Boo, which, I gotta let it go. You'd think I'd get something back. Something. Hey, F you, whatever, man. Hey, man, I don't know what's going on with you, dude. Maybe you need to get on your medication. You're starting to creep me out. Whatever. Something. Don't engage. Don't encourage me. But anyway. So, yeah. So, there it was, and they did what they set out to do. But I really enjoyed that dude. I love praying for that guy, and I think about him often. But I had to do what I had to do too. I knew that they were once that book got cannibalized up, and then the lawsuit. I had an attorney, which I'm going to oust pretty soon. Big firm, big firm. The state slapped them up one side and down the other because they knew that this story that they had got botched up. They knew that people that, because I know so, and I'm not bragging, of course. I got to eat humble pie all the time, and sometimes I might get a little carried away. But I know a lot of people, bands that were up and coming, Alice in Chains, Hard. I know people. I've known a lot of people in gangs of Bloods and Crips that were way before the Clinton Code came in. Like I said, I've brushed elbows with a lot of people. Me and my brother been in at Echo Glen, Mission Creek, Green Hill, Nacelle, Walla Walla twice, McNeil Island, Walla Walla twice, four. So we've been around, and so many people that knew us from a young age that were also going through this horrific sexual trafficking of children that were being funneled in, and a lot of it propagated by the juvenile court system. Believe it or not, I had a woman, and I don't want to get off track, that said, "You, Donnie," and I met her later on. Another miracle just came to mind, and that wasn't even in the book. Dawn Wagner. She said, "You, Donnie," because she went to adult. She was a public defender. When I graduated on, you were one of the main reasons why I quit doing juvenile law, because it broke my heart, because I knew what was going on, and there was nothing I could do. There's nothing I could do, and that was sad, but I knew a lot of people, and see, that's the thing. So what they did is they let the statute of limitations, because I got some good mental health counseling. I got off all the crap, the medication, the drug, the alcohol, and all that. Man, imagine that. Where the head goes, the body follows. Imagine that. Give them a little self-worth. They might not self-sabotage. They might not grease the wheels of injustice that are gunked up with a bunch of innocent blood, marrow, and rusted up cogs from tears, the wailing of tears. A lot of innocence. We're going to get to that. Maybe not right this second. My point is that it was the exposure of all the evil in the system for people that hadn't strung a rope up over the... I know that. That's Donnie Steen, man. If he's got that much... if he has that much courage, and to say something like that, right, and not be ashamed, and it not have messed with his head, because I'm going to tell you that the enemy tried to mess with even my preference of, and I could never look at a man like that. The Lord had allowed me to experience a natural relationship, which is a miracle. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself about when I was first made a ward to the state, when I was having things happen to me. They had a room. It was an isolation room. They called it restraining. They would restrain me. 5-point restraint. Sick people. Sickos. And I'll get to that. I don't want to. But they tried to, and as I was looking out this window, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. And baby, I love you, and I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, but the Lord knew that he needed to act quick because they were destroying his anointed. That's what they were doing. They didn't want this conversation happening. And I've never engaged in any willful homosexual activity. That shit been forced on me. And I'm not talking, Gabe, that shit never happened to me when I was in, I'm talking about when I was a ward to the state of Washington from the age of 10 until I was 14. And when I exposed this stuff, when you see from one state home to another, I call it state employee with state property at the state fair. Tried to kill myself because I wanted the pain and madness to go away. I didn't understand why was I being. I felt like an island for misfit toys. I really did. That's one of the titles in the book. I really did. These were some weird, and these freaks. They were everywhere, and it's like they were trading these pictures around like pogs. These were some. This guy, somehow they were able to get me out of there. And oh boy, when I lay it all, and I had already told you guys all this, beloved, and they screwed me on it. 3 hours of it. That's okay. I'm still sticking it out. I waited till my grandson. I dropped off daycare. My son went and got him. I waited till he left so that I didn't have any, maybe some pleasant but interruptions nevertheless. Because once I get going, this is the way the Lord wants it, so that you can see how wholesome and pure it truly is. Truly, plumb truly it is. Really. Oh, things are fixing to heat up. And you'll see stuff going on around you. And just like Lionel said, it's not so much it's the response to other comments. Certain little things that are said, it's the timely response. Other people say, "Oh, this has been happening for thousands of years." Not in this intensity and frequency. It's increasing. Don't hit the snooze button, man. I'm telling you, man. We've been given some grace. We've been given some time, and we're rocking and rolling. We're rocking and rolling, and we do need to iron out a few things, Millie. Just talk. Even if really nothing becomes of it, something's going to become of us anyway. Do you see? It doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. I just care about what you think. And I've had this impression, that the enemy, the Lord said, sons, not everybody is just on this faith float. You are, so the enemy can shake people up. You were like that before too. Remember when they pulled that hearse up, and they backed it in, and they sat there for a while, and I don't want to, that phobia. I was going out to greet them, huh? Yes, sir. It just the other day even. Couple MS-13. Just they're like, and I even read the ones where he's like, man, this guy's crazy. Like, serious, God is my judge. Just keep your yeses yes, your no's no's, unless you're led, then explain away. Just the other day, see, they loved it. They've threatened my daughter when I was away, because I have her do. I was prophesying when I was in, and I wasn't even watching the TV. Very little of it. I mean, so little, because it's poison, right? But I was getting these impressions and having her wail away on Facebook and when she could get online, say, you know, she's given a transmit. I call them little transmissions, and so much faith was being established, even on mainline, even through the hard nose criminals. I was in when they finally, because they bounced me around from Larch and stuff like that, because you know I'm skilled in the woods, and I'm skilled with a saw, and I've fought for, as far as I know my way around it. I know how to read fires and things. I'm definitely an asset to the human meat market court system, and so they knew I'd won my appeal. So what they did is they overrode my custody, which they never do. They overrode my custody, sent me somewhere where I couldn't see my grandson and my daughter, sent me to a place my brother was at, Scrappy, okay, where there was more dope than there is on the streets, and then we'll get into that because I don't want to get nipped. All this stuff, you know. But it was almost like it's such a stark contrast to what the Lord is doing in my life, because people know me and my bro, you know. And it's like he was waiting for me. Yeah, man, my counselor said you were coming, bro, you know. I come in off the chain and stuff, and it was a camp. I wasn't even eligible for camp. But they knew I'd won my appeal. They knew. And they were like, oh, we got to exploit this sucker for whatever we can. You know, we can't kill this son. And they had me in their crosshairs, and I'll go into detail. These fools, I've got so many miracles to tell you people. Oh man, you're in for a ride. You are in for a treat. And like I said, this is like feeding the gremlins. I'd be like, we're going to have so much fun. Sometimes it might go over midnight. Hey, yeah, that's real cute. Break a hip. You know, I usually go to bed around 10 and stuff, but when I'm anointed, you know, and led by the Holy Spirit, I mean, we'll burn the midnight oil. Naturally, of course. This is a high that not going to leave you feeling guilty or depressed or waking up here, chow time, and you're like, how did I get here? Well, your best damn thinking. Stinking thinking. Oh, son, messing with the enemy again. Beloved, take it from a guy he's been down there, man. I've seen some stuff, and I'm not bragging, man, but there's a reason why it's hard for me to put that dog down. You know, there's a reason. He knows things. He knows things that I carry around. You know, nothing creepy like that, but just I've seen a lot of trauma. I've seen a lot of gore, a lot of evil things, just heinous things, things that would just horrify some people. And it's really, honestly, it's almost sickens me to say it. It should bother me more than it does, but I want it to, but it's okay. The Lord knows my heart, and He knows I've never willfully, consciously taken a life. Of course, I've drove home drunk before, and I may have, but not as far as I know. I've done some pretty stupid shit with I don't want to say anything, but you know, the Hilltop crew. When I was living up there, running amok. Old Crazy D, they called me. Scrappy and Crazy D. Yeah, I know a lot of people. They didn't want them to read that story and go, man, this is my story. Because I was gonna lay it right out there. I was gonna let it run. And Jonathan said, man, dude, there's a lot here, dude. You know, you could get... I said, I don't care. They're going to sue me anyway. They've been trying to kill me. Once that bell's rung, I don't care. They're going to all come out of the woodwork, and they're going to like that one attorney when I was a kid, they go, look, she said, look, man, I confided in one person when I was like 25, an attorney. Something told me. I was waiting for my cousin. I just went into this attorney's office, and I just gave her a little bit. She said, oh my gosh. She goes, you should let me represent you. And I said, well, I didn't want to. I was still ashamed. The enemy had me still. He was. So. But yeah. But a lot of things in that prison system, man. This last one, they were watching me with drones. It's a huge drone. I didn't even know they made them that big. Of course, this one looked like it was. I'm sure it was military. And something told me I was doing my daily, because like I said, I had a trail, because I stayed out of the main track. And I go iron pile here. They moved it since '90. Back when well, I got some stuff to tell you. Lightened up a bit, that's for sure. Since '90. Oh, that was a rough one. That was Blood Alley. You want to look in Guinness Book of World Records? More blood ever spilt in the history ever on any battlefield is in Blood Alley, Walla Walla. Ever. It was a rough walk. I walked that same yard just this last time around, just 8 months, 9 months ago. But I stayed off that track this time, because that's where a lot of things happen is on that yard, not a big yard. That's where a lot of magic happened this time around, and not just for and I don't call them offenders. You know what offender is? They love to mock, accuse her of the brother and the sister. And then they want to charge you $1.10 for a ramen. Silly rabbit. So, it started like 10 yards in, because the big yard, it's just a big square, and then there's an iron pile, and everybody has their own little sections. The Serranos and the white boys, I shouldn't say we, but I'm so used to it, but they would sit on that side. That's where I used to sit. And then the blacks and the Islanders and whatnot would be on the other side. And I sat on that other side. But because, and I'm not bragging, but because I've been through this before, and I've been raised in the system, and been through the school of hard knocks, and have earned mine, and also was a bit riding in on the coattails of my brother, to be honest, Scrappy, who's actively in the system, which is sad, which goes to jail, failed it is. I was able to not only be in a room, which is a cell, with some of the roughest two southern skinhead Aryan brotherhood, that they moved them up here. And when I got off the chain and went in there, usually it's like, you don't move around in prison like that. You got to put in a move slip. But once you first get there, there's a 24-hour grace, because they don't want to have to be cleaning up a bunch of corpses and stuff. So there's that, because you get what I'm saying. But I didn't have to use that option. And I don't say that with fleshly pride, but that's going to be part of the story. That's just part of it. And it wasn't long. Hey, man, how's Scrappy? Man, I thought you looked familiar, because me and my bro, we look a lot alike, except we were in Larch Mountain together before they bounced me off. Once I was done drinking that Kool-Aid, right? And they knew I wasn't going to do any dope. I wasn't doing any of that dope. You see, they weren't UAing my brother, because they knew he was getting out. And once you get UA'd there, they call the redhead stepchild a DOC. They have much turnover rate there, because everybody's lining up to go to camp. Camp. You're only eligible for camp of 4 years to the gate. I had 84 months. Huh? So people are chomping at the bit. They know this. They so, you know, you do drugs, man. They got, every week they got a bus coming and going. But they never got rid of my brother. And he was high to the gills on meth. High as a kite. When he gave me a hug, I could smell it coming out of him. Of course, we were in different wings, but, you know, it wasn't that fight. Hey, man, hey, you're Scrappy's brother, this and that. What do you need? You know, there's store and stuff. Hey, man, if there's anything else you need. I'm like, man, I'm good, bro. God, I love your brother so much. I said, I love my brother too, but, you know, it was a stark contrast. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I was on that yard. I was on my face praying as I was doing my push-ups, and, you know, I want to stay healthy so I can do what I'm doing right now, and so I can love my earthly bride the way she deserves to be loved and protected. I'm not my own. Yeah, I'm God's, but I owe that to her. You know? And if I haven't made it on this effort and things go, well, but here's the thing. I got a little ways to go yet. I still got a little things to trim up yet, because when I got out, man, I'll get there. Because I want to get there. So, yeah, amazing things. But they shipped me out of there. Yep. And you know what was really odd? Well, I don't want to tell you about my buddy Ryan right now, because it's a pretty riveting story, and well, it's all riveting, but it's pretty gruesome. But the Lord was there, and He showed me, even through all that madness, He showed me Ryan giving his life, and he didn't want to hear anything about anything, you know, but no, the Lord is using me in a great way, because I'm willing to be used. And I left that fire burning bright there in that big yard, like I said, with them 3 before I got sidetracked. Because there's so much, like I said, there's just so much. It's amazing. Even John said, and I said, this is just what you said, the editor. He said, wow. He said, of course, all the sentencing was running together. There was no punctuation, but he was a believer after that. He never confirmed that, but his actions he confirmed. And it's okay. I don't need to know. That's the thing. That's the other thing again. I don't need to know everything. I don't even need to know everything. Never really did anyway. I was the kind of guy I like to kind of keep to myself, just because I've seen so much as a kid. But you're going to see it too soon, and you're going to understand that there is a God. The God. He did such a washed out word. There's a creator. Yeshua, Yahweh, Yah. Yeah, people. So I'll just, like I said, instead of getting discouraged, I will just continue to plug away. And just pray and love you guys the way I truly do. Pray for our union. When I said I hope to see you guys in a better way, I meant that. I was hoping to get down on Alex's on his platform and then use that to catapult myself. But the Lord was also telling me some other things, but I wasn't ready for the full mill deal yet, because, you know, seriously, even though I'm a pretty hardened soldier, I've seen a lot of stuff, man. I mean, this stuff goes pretty deep, man. And it's easy to wash your hands of it. It's almost easy to say, you know what, man, it can be almost easier to say, you know what, and you know this, baby. Well, if I just, maybe it'll just go away and this and that. If it's really meant to, well then okay, then it'll just go away. But if it's not, well then it's not going to just go away unless you say, hey, no, it needs to go away. And that's okay. That happens if that's, you know. But sometimes, you know, I know, for me anyway, sometimes it's easy just to throw in the towel. You know, for me as an ex self-sabotager, you know, I was groomed for the role. They knew what they were doing. They knew. And when you see how they passed me around, sickos. But Bonnie, that beauty, that auburn-haired beauty, and I love you, and I'm not trying. He said she's going to be your first. I couldn't believe when the Lord manifested that. When I tell you this, I'll tell you tomorrow. I'll tell you tomorrow. But just so that my heart, so that I would know I'm not the freak, that these peoples are that I really did like women. Even as a young kid, I shouldn't even have been thinking this stuff at 10, 11 years old, 13 years old. I shouldn't have been thinking these things. There she was. Yep. Older. There because she was dating an older guy, and he was no good for her at all. Having her out panhandling on the streets of Seattle. Her mom sent her. Of course, the head of the household wasn't there, otherwise that may not even have happened, but then sent her there. I was made a ward to the state. Boy, the stuff they were doing to me there in that receiving home was right next to Ruth Dykeman. And it was just the luck of the draw if there happened to be a bed space there. Otherwise, you were going to wherever there was a bed space available. In one of the, if you were a ward to the state, wherever there's bed space. Boy, when that judge said you're trouble, he had nobody knew really. But you're gonna know. Now I had 3 hours of telling you it again. I'm not trying to just, you know, revive that dead, arrowless, horseless rider. But three hours. And it was great too. I was like, oh man. I said, thank you, Lord. You've really. So it'll happen. It ain't going away. It's up here. And I just remembered stuff just now that I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten that I'd forgotten. But yeah, just a lot of really neat things along the way. So, I love you guys, and that's about it. Of course, I'm not going to go back and rewatch this. I just don't do that kind of stuff. I don't do that because I don't know why. I just don't. I've never been really the kind to go back and just like I never really looked into a lot of stuff with you, Millie. Never really did that. Just I wasn't led to do a lot of that. I was led to follow my heart and walk by faith, and it was a whole nother concept for me, a life-changing experience. One that's it's still happening. It's amazing. Right now, I'm serious. My eyes, I'm just like, the only way I can describe it is like how I used to feel, in a much better way, when I had been up years ago when I was in madness, when it was still propanol before it went to just garbage, which it's all garbage. I'm not trying to glorify anything, but it's this high. It's hard to explain. I can only express it. But it just, like I said, it definitely doesn't leave you befuddled and heading to the R units. Yeah, I'm gonna expose them. What they did is they ticked down the time of the statute of limitations, because in this state it so happens that the statute of limitations starts to click the minute that a person comes to the realization that they've been a victim and that what had happened to them was wrong. Because I carried that shit around. I was like Samsonite, man. I packed that stuff up, man. I was old Ivan, old big ape Ivan, man. He from the down there at whatchamacallit. He couldn't get that open. Old Ivan. People know inside joke. A big ape up there in Tacoma. Poor thing. No, I was packing around the stuff they'd shoveled me. They knew what they were doing. And it wasn't, some people, well, it sounds like you just kind of fell into the cracks. No, I told you. It's a crevasse that is designed to kick these children that are fatherless or motherless, at least a mother with sense or the mental fortitude to take their child to the University of Washington this way because he's acting out in ways which I'll fill in tomorrow, and they're going to know, oh, okay, well, again, where there's smoke, there's fire. Something's going on with this little kid. He's got some issues going on here. Let's find out what they are. But instead, the judge said, they've never been in trouble. You're trouble. We got a place for you. And that place, I'm telling you, that's when I turned my back. If there was ever a God, he hated my guts and I hated him. So I'll tell you right now, I was beyond atheist. I was, like, it tried to steal my identity, man. You know those equalizers? And I use this illustration because that's what I seen as they presented who they tried to mold me into being. Everything they wrote down, all these lies. The shit that they propagated and nurtured and raised. Yeah. Well, some people, they're just, I guess they're bad apples, okay. But, no, so many people would have came out over that story. That the state of Washington would have been collecting their own food stamps. They'd have been on their own assistance. That's right. They couldn't have that happen. Oh, no. No. But they can't kill me. They tried that. Many times. Many times. What, till I go back and tell you about the story that I tried to kill myself to end all that crap that was going on in that room. That isolation room. Or the crap that was happening in Jesse Deislin's from one damn place. Or the crap that was happening at Sherman Brisky Boys Ranch. Or Tula River. All of it. Just madness. Designed to destroy me so that I wouldn't be having this conversation with you. Exposing all this stuff. This very, very well known, very, very prominent law firm. Oh, they wouldn't do that, Roy? Donnie? Really? They wouldn't, huh? They did. And then they called me right after the statue was up and said, oh, well, by the way, we can't help you. I said, dude, you never even called my aunt, whom called Martin. May he rest in peace. Tragic mutilation story. Oh, God. It's got to be told. Daryl Birch and my cousin, to whoop his butt because of, and I'll fill you in tomorrow. Just, it's all going to tie together. And look, it didn't work there. I held me hand, my little hand. Same little hand I used to roast with a lighter. Induced bowel movements with suppositories. I'd seen the check. I seen the state of Washington when he take me to Fred Meyer's to cash it. Give me quarters, go play the games. Weirdos, man. Freaks. All freaks. And they were doing it to a lot of children. A lot of them. And that story was going to expose that. They didn't allow that to happen. See, they cannibalized the story. That's why I got to tell the story. I got to tell it like it is. And it's so vast, and I got to do it in such a way. And like I said, it's just, by the grace of the good Lord, for him, for you, for us. One big happy family. And counting. I don't always wear glasses. Sometimes I wear contacts. Because these, I'll tell you, think, well, maybe that's a little parent. Maybe not that. These people do some of the lowest handed crap. Like even often my prescription. Just the smallest stuff. Really. I kid you not. Now there's some stuff I will tell you, it's kind of still up for debate, but there's stuff I know. I know, and it's just so low-handed stuff. Just things that they would do to me in prison. As I'm walking that main line, axle grease. Boys, it eats you alive! Eats you alive. I've seen it. I cut my teeth on this stuff. And I had to hook them up, otherwise I wouldn't have a grill like this. These are mine. I earned my stripes, man. I'm still earning them. For you. I chose to move out of that cell up there. They weren't making me move. A lot of times, even if you have respect and all that, they're like, hey man, can you find a place to go move? Hey, no problem, man, and they want to move one of their homies in there. They weren't even ready for me to go. They were feeding me like a king, but I had to try to keep to be disciplined, because I was on a veggie diet in there, and they were giving me some weird shit, and because they knew, and they'd watch me, so I would try to trade certain things off certain trays, and I only drink certain. They had the water, all of it, man. Oh God, it's a mess. It's a mess. But we are resilient people. Said we're going to tread on scorpions, drink poison. We do a lot more than you know daily. We're pretty resilient. But this, denying the head, the body, the access to the pearly gates, you better listen. As they're mocking you, it sounded like that damn dragon launch. Listen! Look at the gold charm. Look at what was over his shoulder, the sun. Look at that. Look! Pay attention. Pay attention. You don't even have to reach for it. You start reaching for stuff and you're going to trip, slip, and fall. You don't have to. It's effortless. It really is. And greater things than these you shall do. Huh? So, yeah. Buddy just got out. Like I said, they tried to kill him. He's out. Praise the Lord. I've been praying for him. They got it. He's out. I went and seen him a while ago. When I was saying I was going over to get one out, I did. He's out. They stomped a mud hole in him. They tried to kill him. He's a teacher. Passport. He'd go teach over in Japan. Innocent. Railroaded. So many of them. They're getting them younger and older. They don't care. They just gotta fill. They're building, they'll come. Building will fill it. Building will fill it. Yeah. Even when you're innocent. Man, I've been out of trouble so long it ain't funny. Even before. I mean, I just got, it's like, when you know things like I know, but you get good at things and reading people. And it's easy to please people that way. And don't read into that, baby, but do, because I love you. But it's also easy to maneuver certain things. And I had a run of a lot of things. I just didn't understand, that it was supposed to be used for good. And they wanted me to use it for bad, but because, They couldn't kill me as a kid. They tried to destroy my sanity and get me to kill myself. That's what they tried to do. They didn't want this story to be told. Like I said, they'd have been collecting their own food stamps. And it's not just here. It's the whole Luciferian system. It's just they have their tentacles in there. And their people, it's so compartmentalized in the military and all the court system. People that really, their hearts are in the right spot. Even the cops. There's some good officers. A lot of them, they're starting to wake up and go, wait a minute, man. We do need law and law enforcement. But let me tell you, like I said, to strip the funding now, to defund it now, would be like pulling a bottle from an alky. You know what happened to my uncle? It would kill him. You know what happened to my uncle? Another part. I'm just led to do this, Daryl. He had a botched surgery on his knee, and he was laid up in bed, and he was really a bad alcoholic. He was pretty far gone at this point. We didn't know how far gone, but I'm illustrating because I know now, so we were trying to wean him off of hard alcohol because he had a botched surgery and he got a bunch of money. He couldn't take his happy butt down to the liquor store, so we were trying to wean him off of, when I say we, I was just a young kid. It was my aunt. I was trying to wean him off hard alcohol, so they were giving him, Thunderbird, putting a little 10-cent Kool-Aid and whatnot in it to try to get him off the hard alcohol because, he was drinking himself to death. But what he was doing is because he had money, so he was calling the yellow cab to have him come, and he was giving him a $20 bill to go get him some booze. And one day he said, I felt like something popped in me. And my other uncle opened the shades where he had been just basically couch-ridden and blood was coming out his eyes and his ears. And we called the ambulance, and they stuck a needle in here and was pumping all his blood out. And I use that illustration because, he was so far gone that they said he would have died months if he would have quit drinking cold turkey. And then and I'm not laughing because it's funny, but when we finally moved the couch, there was bottles that we found out later where they came from. We've actually talked to he was coming to the house. He wanted to know where that regular $20 kick was where it went. So, but that old dude, he'd get drunk, man. We'd have some knockdown. We had a bike club right across the street. Oh man, we got 8 kegers in that thing when I was a kid. It was crazy. Oh, Daryl, boy, the cops coming at the door. Boom! I'd never seen cops just leave and never come back out. It's like 2 holes right in the side. It was a grace of God that nobody got hurt, man. It was crazy. But that blood stain was still on that floor for years. But so we can't defund them. It's just, and it's a mess. And a lot of them it's so compartmentalized, and they're the good that the officers do is what gets glorified. So, but we do need law enforcement. So, I've had some really good experiences with what I'd like to believe were just angelic. They were using these officers as hosts for angelic beings to deliver a message, plant a seed years ago. And I look back now, just like the game warden just down the road here. It's amazing when you drop the ball. Once you fall into the hands of the living God and you cry out for him, and he just kind of brings you around full circle. But it's this way instead of the way the enemy wants you. He wants you just eating your own tail too. He wants you thinking you can beat time. Yeah, don't worry about it, man. He ain't got nothing to. There's no sense. Live it up now. Well, you're gonna have plenty of time if you just follow a few rules. It's not that we have a heavenly creator that doesn't want you to have fun or experience. Why do you think he made sex so enjoyable? Huh? That's why it's so tricky. Because it's for one It's for a husband and a wife to be joined as one, and he allows it to be so pleasurable that, wow, it's a lure. And when you abstain from that, the Lord says, oh, you want to start becoming a husband, do you? Well, then, boy, looks like you want to exercise a little faith. Looks like you want to reap a little what you're sowing, do you? Boy, talk about not all lost, not all in vain. Back to Victoria. I get there and she's like, well, that's weird that we get outgoing calls, but no incoming ones. She says, and I just called Time Warner, you know, and they're saying that, and I happen to know they could fix that from its computers. They got to come on, they can't do it, this and that, and this and that, and that and the other. And I was about, and the Lord said, stop, because I was just checking in. Stop, just like with you, just stop. Don't get hey, because she's not gonna, and the timing, it all presented itself. It was amazing miracles, the things she shared with me, and I was able to pray over a bunch more Mexican Latinos. They were all being stared at. You should see how they were looking at me when I went down to the Continental and I was fasting. Well, they were looking at me all crazy. And next thing you know, I was praying over these people. Even the addict that was at risk of going back, that she hired, because she herself was struggling because her young son's girlfriend just hung herself. At the same time, the enemy the whole time threatening to kill me, and the whole damn time I'm still loving you. We're not going to let it kill the laughter. They got my phone. They got it. They did what they said they were going to do. But only what the Lord permits. He allows. So, exercise a little faith. You stick with me long. It's going to probably take a while. I don't know. But I'm hoping, I pray, God willing, I'm going to get some better equipment so you can actually, see me a little bit better. But I'd really sure like to hug you, all of you, soon. We will soon. Just know I love you guys. There's a lot to tell. There's so many miracles. Went down to Reading in 07. Just all the things. Just the miracles. Once I lay it all out, it's so amazing. That's how the Lord kept me henpecking away at that story over 100,000 words, and I had to even, because it was just mind-boggling, and I had to get it out, and I kept getting discouraged, and the Lord said, go back to the beginning. So I'd go back to the beginning, and I'd start reading it, and I'd weep, because I knew it wasn't me. Even though it was my story, it wasn't me. It was coming out too articulate. It was just it wasn't a third grade type conversation that they have, labeled me under this psychosis, this false identity. They tried to strip me. You see this picture, this heinous monster that surfaced. Miracle how that photo surfaced. Oh no, we don't have, but I got put right here. I got right here. State employee with state property at the state fair. How did that happen? You can't even answer that question. A picture tells a story. A picture tells a story, don't it? 1,000 stories. Wherever I was trying to go with that. Do you see the picture that's on Facebook? I'll run it back. I got to be careful. There's no denying I was awarded to the state of Washington, but they claim that guy wasn't a. But I've got family members. They whooped his butt because of the things he was doing to me. That the other group, they were all allowing. Whooped his butt. Oh, he's not going to work with kids anymore. He's working at the local nursing home. But now, all these years later, we don't have any indication. What do you mean? You never called one of the witness. Yeah, okay, let's just say I'm not credible, all right? The enemy loves that, don't he? Accuser of the brethren. as these judges are looking at me, and I can see everything they've done today. I should be judging them, and will. Of course, the fallen that's in them. Judging me. He didn't work there. Never even called one of my witnesses. Waited till the statute of limitations ran out and said, "Oh, by the way." Oh, and then by the way, you're going to prison. Oh, and by the way, you see. But the Lord, I was able to finish the book, get a job offer from Dr. Khan in their chemical dependency class. That was just another attaboy, just another son. You're doing the right thing. I'm stepping back. Come on, take a few more steps. Don't give up yet. I know you're staring at all this alcohol right here that the devil wants to trip you up with because it's not liking where you're going. You see, it's already painted a picture about you. And if you make it a liar, then it fails. So it needs to prove that you are a piece that it's always said you were. I've had people that claim they love me try to snare me up in ways you wouldn't believe. That's why a lot of the issues, I have to really be cautious on who I have help me. People are fallible, but I serve one that is infallible. That's why I say don't put your faith in me. Put your faith in the one I serve. But you can put your trust in me. You can trust me. I'm not going to lie to you. I might be mistaken, but I'm not going to lie to you. That's the other thing. That's one thing, more than one thing, but one thing that I want you to know, plumb true thing. I'm not going to lie to you people. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't need to. I don't even. Man, my brother said, "Bro, what do? I said, try the truth. Try the truth." I just friended him on Facebook today. You see, I love my bro. I can't have him over here. Bad company corrupts good. It's not that I don't trust him. My bro would never rip me off. I've seen that guy when I was hauling up pounds of weed from Redding. Just beat the brakes off people when they tried to get into my truck when when they were wrong place at the wrong time. Not even knowing what they were doing. He'd never steal from me. But that company, it's that company. I've heard him going through my cabinet. "Hey, man, I can hear what you... Get the hell out of my medicine cabinet, man." I said, "Bro, I'm not into that kind of stuff. No, I'm not into that no more. I love you too, but we're blood. Remember that." That's what the Lord used in that illustration. I was like, God, I'm really struggling with this. These are my family, you know. I've got patch holders that are family. These are my family. And Jesus, Yeshua said, "Who is my mother? Who is my brother?" Because they'll use blood. Not all of them. Some blood are spiritual. But they'll use that blood to tie up loads for you that they themselves never intended to move. But we're blood. And if you ain't got self-worth, and you're still drinking that Kool-Aid, and you're gobbling that unhealthy attachments stuff, and you're seeking the wrong approval. And a lot of times it's our own blood. It'll keep us caught up. It says that I come to bring division. Well, what do you mean? Well, he came as a lamb. He's coming back as a lion. He's coming back to create division. Mothers will turn against daughters. It's in my name. It's going to happen. You're seeing it happen already. That's how you'll know them by their fruits. That's how you know. Fucking, I don't even want to say it. Why would he leave? It's all a ploy. People, a house divided against itself can't stand. He's not going to leave that cesspool he likes to wallow around in. It's all to paint this picture. Oh, he's on our side. He's not. He's just another demon with human skin stretched over it. That's all it is. There's some people I'm led to pray for. Oh yeah, otherwise he would have already returned. There's still some souls because there are some fervent, passionate people that just they hadn't had really a fair shot at life. And life isn't fair. The rainfall and the just and unjust alike. But there's just some extra heinous stuff that happens, and the Lord sees to it. He hears and he sees to it that that our prayers do not return void. At least that's what he's telling me, son. So you know what? It's been working for me. I've seen so many things in the last 5 years, but looking back now, he's had his hand in all of it. Even the officer, the Peter, the warrant officer, the game warden. What's the other one that? There's several of them, and because I'm trying to think of them, I'm not, and that's why I can't do that. That's why sometimes it's just best not to, just to go with it.
There's deer down the road.
There's deer down the road?
Yeah.
There's deer down the road. Ooh, there's deer. Deer? There's deer down the road. Oh, Father, and I know, see, I paid. I usually get every season. Even though I own it at all, I like to play by certain rules. I really do. And I like to buy my elk tag and my deer tag, my elk deer. And I like to pay into that. That's just the thing. But it really upsets me that you can. Well, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there because I'm not going to do that. That's not what this is that's what this is about right now. So, but there's deer down the road, and I haven't filled my tag yet, and I usually always do, but I'm having a lot of fun out there, and I love you guys. So, I'll just I guess this will be their lucky night. We won't fire up the smoker quite yet. But yeah, people, it's just amazing. This story is so amazing. It's amazing, man. So yeah, I just seen that. I am. It says that we're strange and peculiar people. You're absolutely right. But that in itself goes to show just how much you are in fear of truth. It's a beautiful thing, really. God, I do want to go bushwhack me one of them deer. Deer. Heavens me. I'm in a quandary. But no, people, just stick it out. I'm gonna get this out one way or the other. I'm gonna get it out. And it's going to be good, people. It's going to be real good. I love you so much. And again, don't be so hard on yourself. Let the enemy do that. Because he's going to do what he's going to do for now. And he's losing. It's losing its luster. You can already see it. You can already see it. So... all right, so my son is going to be heading back down to do some work, so I'm going to try, like I said, before he leaves, to help me accustom myself to getting into the habit of doing things and making it interesting, somewhat engaging for people that otherwise may not even be interested in the story, but, you know, have some kind of, like, just rant day, or just maybe they might want to just, like this guy here, you know? So, we aim to please. When I say we, I mean and counting. You weird mofos. And counting. And believe it. Believe this. They'd be collecting their own food stamps on their own assistance. See, they don't let me qualify for nothing. They don't want me, man. My beloved, that I am able to, because I'm the Lord just blesses me left and right. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have to still live humbly. It's not just falling out of the sky yet. It's going to, because I don't worship it. But I send people money. Prison. I send just a few, not much, just a few bucks, and they call. You know, with this COVID crap going on, they get extended time on their phone, free time. So but they disconnect me all the time, and a couple of them, they're like, "What did I do, Roy? What did I do?" Because, you know, some of them, they don't have anybody. You know what I mean? And I know what it's like, right? It says in the Bible, go to those that are in prison. So I call, and they hang up all. What did I do, Roy? And I said, listen. And by the way, they don't open any of their outgoing mail when it's addressed to me. You know, I got proof right there. They open all my stuff, ingoing and outgoing, right? but they don't open anything addressed to me from anybody in there. All a bunch of different facilities. Well, I left my mark. The Lord's mark. Right, cut right in the big yard right there. Which you couldn't walk mainline. They'd sniff your little coward ass out. Oh yeah. They'd make you into a recipient of Big Mike and the Roto-Rooters. Intercranial battle for the stars. So, yeah. I told him, if you're going to continue to communicate with me, be prepared for the phone to be shut off. It happens all the time with me. All the time. And they're like, what's up? What's up, Steve? What's up? Here, man, I got a phone here. You can use this one here. So I'd have to hop around from phone to phone to phone, you know, and everybody else, they're on their phone call, you know, the 10 minutes or whatever that's allotted to you, you know. But me, I just tried to maintain my composure. And it started on my face, on the floors. Old close custody. Oh, if those walls could talk. I was there when they hung Kevin Bianchi. I was there when they stretched Wesley Allen Dodd's neck. I've seen a lot of things. Yep. People like that. Too much of a coward to face me. So it hides behind a fake name and picture. And I understand if you're not comfortable with showing your actual photo for whatever reason, but you know, there's going to be a time when, you know, we're going to have to face our Creator. Of course, people like that, no, they already know. It just doesn't know exactly when, and it's killing it. Suspense is killing it. It's funny because it's flying apart. It's like a centrifugal, just wing ding. It's funny. It really is. It's coming apart. It's telling you everything that you need to know. Everything that I've been saying. I didn't even realize that I was saying. Sometimes I'm led to say something. I don't even get the revelation of it. It might be a day, a week, a month, a year. But one thing the Lord said, you make something really clear. Everything is going to be made crystal clear. Everything. There's nothing except what has been forgiven. Don't worry. None of that will ever be brought up. Make that clear also. He's not about to humiliate you. We're some sinful people. But we have a merciful God, a Creator. And He's going to show everything off. And everything that's covered in the blood. And we, right now, there's those of us right now that we're ready. That's why we're getting extra time, so that we can salvage a few more. We're found worthy. Glorify God, but be proud of yourself. The enemy's worked hard at keeping us apart. They know. It's over for them. It's over. It's over. Yeah. I love you. Yeah, it is. It has been easy before just to say, listen. I'll just move along and, you know, and they'll forget about me after I've been gone. Really, if that was a plant, a seed planted and inspired by our Heavenly Creator, and then someone later goes along and waters it, you got something growing inside you, and it ain't a parasite. Love makes little things grow, and eventually there's a pruning that's going to take place, and it's not always pleasant. It's not pleasant, but it's well worth it. Creates a lot of fruit. So, sweetie, people, beloved, I think you would have learned your lesson by now. After everything he's said and done, too. I mean, after everything that's been said and done, and all that he has seen firsthand. I mean, I get it. I get it. Some nuts are harder to crack. I mean, I'm still a work in progress. Sometimes that Irish, it gets that blood gets a bit hot sometimes. But you're so well worth it. Abstaining from being seduced. Seduction, I see it. Boy, man, I'm telling you, it's amazing. It looks so beautiful on the outside, but inside is filthy as rags. I'm able to see it now. It's right inside their eyes. Or the lack thereof. There's nothing going on back there. You'll see it. Like that dude today. It was like, oh man, did you see his eyes? Did you see that? Yeah, that was, you were looking right into an open throat of the abyss. Right in here, you were looking at that was a deep throat right there, man. That's what that was. That was, oof. Big Mike! That was, oof. He done bored that one out. He reamed that one smooth out. Because what was coming out of that mouth, man? You see him? He was like he was right. He was on his own little seatless bike himself. Did you see him? That guy was that dude's a freak. That dude's a freak. And then they used two Middle Easterns, might as well be black. Did you see him praying? Did you see him praying to their Luciferian, draconian, fucking satanic? Did you see him praying to their god, the dragon? Did you see him? Did you hear it? Oh yeah. Oh, you guys. You better come at me with some different shit. If that stuff the other day, I slapped them two damn MS, you think that little comment's gonna stop me? You silly rabbit. You might, Steen. You might. That's right. Did you watch the end of that clip where Bugs had his feet up in Private Eye? Look, you people. You already know. You already know. And your minions, if they knew what I've seen and what I know, you'd lose them. You'd lose them. You're already losing them. And counting. That's why I tried to look so happy. But really, it was terrified. Psychotic. It really was. It was terrified. You could see it. You can see it, just like in Alex. You can see fear. When you are the opposite of fear, when you are love and respect, which respect is the byproduct of love. When you respect yourself enough to get down on your knees where your flesh does not want to go back to that dust, just carnally, we're not supposed to be there, you would think. You humble yourself. Humble yourself. Lord will show you. He's already showing you. This just since this conversation started. These people are like, man, I'm waking up too. I don't care what it shows here. I'm not interested in what it might appear. That's why you're seeing what you're seeing. You're seeing what you're seeing because it's trying to discourage me. It's trying to discourage you. It already knows it can't do that. that's a long path. The minute that nervousness, the first video yesterday, once that nervousness went away, and then after the 3-hour segment, I was just gonna hang it up. And the Lord said, "Son, how do you feel?" I said, "I'm kind of angry." And He says, "Exactly, with the righteous anger. So what are you gonna do?" But I said, "Man, I'm getting right back in there." He goes, "That's my boy. That's my boy." And you can switch it around. Like I say, I call him son because, not because you shine, because you're mine. Because you're mine, not because you shine. It just depends. It's the intent, man. You gotta know. Let it be settled in your own mind what day, what you will and won't eat. Well, there's a guideline. There's 10 of them. He expects us to follow them the best we can. Don't be mistaken. But you have to come to that conclusion. And what will the consequence or the penalty be? That's between you and your Creator. I know what mine would be. He made it real clear to me. That's why He said it would behoove you not to be like the people that caused you not to seek sound truth or help, son. Religion, science, religion. You got caught up in the Luciferian religious scientific system. That's what you did. But I've allowed you into it. I've brought you into it. I drew you into it so that you could expose it, see. You've heard it before. I did. I just heard it for the first time. But see, I heard it a long time ago, but confirmation been rolling like that train. Just like old Steven Tyler. That train kept her rolling. But different confirmations that are tying in other things that are absolutely just laying foundations for new structures. You see, I'm meeting people that I trust and I feel comfortable resting under, like a holy structure today. See, the enemy tried to pervert me so I wouldn't trust anybody. So what I would do is I would rely on comments like this, you see. So I would continue to pull people aside and say, "Hey man, did you just say something to me? Did you just, what'd you say? Nobody knows that. Shh, Steve. But that guy that had me in that room, those freaks. Shh, Steve." See, the enemy was trying to keep me from carrying on with a normal life. So I would stay in a dysfunctional state so we wouldn't be having this conversation. But I've got a lot of years under my belt. He's cleaning me right up. Like I said, I let my meat loaf a little bit since I got out of prison. Boy, because I love to cook. You know, I don't drink anymore. And there's a lot of alcohol around. A lot. I'm not going for it, man. I'm not going for it. You see, I know. It starts out all fine and dandy. And it ends up with, like I said, chow time. How did I get here? Well, it all started out with you just wanted to have fun. You just wanted to have one drink. You see, it may not work out like that for you guys, but for me it doesn't. So I don't even entertain the thought. I know better. I just got to kick the weed. I hadn't smoked. I hadn't done anything in prison. They were giving me ways hoping to trip me up left and right so they could say, "Aha! See? That's right." Oh, they love to accuse. Just like this suck booty right here. Just like this. Well, shouldn't you be praying for him? Yes, I should, and I probably will. But first, I have to pray about my own attitude so I can see clearly enough. Remember? I've seen more amazing things built with planks than I ever have with a speck of dust. So, anyway, I could just sit and talk to you people for literally forever, and I will. We will. We're in it to win it, baby. We're in it to win it. We're in it to win it. So, but I'm doing. I usually roll out a sleeping bag right on the floor. I don't. No. Because I trust my Lord, and I know what He's promised me. He's already given me a taste of what's to come. And I will never, ever forfeit my reservation to heaven or allow you or anybody else to hear the words. I'm just not. I've seen too much. I've just seen too much. I'm definitely one of them ones that had my life kind of cut from the cloth of Damascus, that road anyway. That old Paul. Within reason, I wondered why. I always wondered, how are these people? How am I hanging with these people? How am I with these people? Are so savage and inside. And I'm like, hey man, but really, I'm like, what was going on? I used to think I was a freak. Lord said, son, you're my child. Poor lady flies through a window. Hey man, you got any popcorn? I'm like, are you serious? Yeah, man, let's pretty go home and go. God, this is my friend. I didn't know he thought that way. Maybe he was in shock. He could have been in shock too. He could have been shocked because it was horrific. And a lot of them, a lot of suicides in my family from substance abuse, demonic infiltration. That's what mental health really is. It's demonic stealth. That's really what it is. And then when they get you on medication, and they got you where they want you. See what essentially. See, they roll with the changes also. So once they do a soft kill enough, it'd be hard. A hard kill would be a lot of putrefied bodies you'd have to get rid of. But once they kind of the Cortez story, once they get it down to a management, you see what I'm saying? At least that's what they think, If you want to hear God laugh, tell him your plans, your thoughts, about, because he's going to destroy those. He has us here to destroy those that are destroying the earth. He's seen it was good. It's right in Genesis, and then right there in Revelations, he tells you all about it. Genesis, Revelations, you can get the joy is in the journey. It's not what's in between these flaps. It's these flaps right here. But you got to be in the anointing of the Holy Spirit to discern it. And whatever you don't understand, it's all right. You're good. Just stay ready. You don't have to get ready. It's not really rocket science. Matter of fact, it's anti-rocket science. Really. Again, I'm just really pleased to share this story with you guys because I guarantee any of you're not going to have heard a story like this. You know it's true. One miracle after another. It's amazing. So again, I'll finish with what I started. If you're led to make any kind of change at all, any kind of impression, to make any kind of change, and you're saying to yourself, well, I'll do it tomorrow, and then tomorrow comes, and then, I want you to think about what I said about making time instead of finding time. I have a beloved sister, my nephew's mother, who died tragically in her sleep. And I kept telling her, my brother Scrappy's first wife, he only has 2 children also. I love him so much. But they've been told lies about us. Some of it truth, but they've been told lies about our foundation because there's some sick stuff that was going on there, and I'll cover that too, but I got to be careful on that too because I don't want to implicate myself in any because not God's laws aren't man's laws, and I don't owe anybody an explanation but you guys, and I want to share it with you. But some horrific things were going on, and I almost made some really permanent decisions for them children. But I wasn't allowed to be a part of their life. And as I was running up and down I-5 from Reading, I kept telling her I was going to stop right there, Bishop Road, right there, right there. And Chehalis, right off Bishop Road. It was just right off. It was not even a mile off the beaten path. And I kept saying to myself, I'll do it on my way back because, I've got 15 pounds of weed with me right now. And a lot of people waiting for me. And plus I had Hemp Daddy Edible Hard Hit Candy Company. That's how I know Harborside. When she was down there, I know Harborside well. I used to sell down there, Bayside down there in Oakland. All over down there. I had it going. I'll share that with you. I'm not trying to brag, but so I'm on my way up, bringing candy delivery up. This is when weed was still illegal up here, and it was a bunch of miracles. Again, kept telling her I was going to stop. Well, on the way back down. But then on the way back down, well, I'm carrying all this money, and well, that proverbial day turned into a week, a month, a year. She's gone now. Young, beautiful, gone. Don't know why. In her sleep. Of course, we will eventually know why, but gone. I can't go back. I can't retrace. I can't, And I'm sure that she told Anthony and Andrew that I was going to come up, and I love them. I pray for them every day. And I know I have something that can help them with the pain I believe they're carrying around. You see, I seen what was happening, but because of the condition my own life was in, I had no grounds or leg to stand on. I was just a loser anyway. So when I brought this to the light, it wasn't received as truth, you see. So I was really struggling because I didn't know the Lord then, and I knew what was happening, you see. Because they used to have no problem running up and giving their Uncle Donnie a hug. Except this one time, when he looked at me and I read his mind, he said, Uncle Donnie, you do that? Because his own grandfather, that's how he was able to. And when I read his mind do that, he said, oh, do you want a piece of candy? To try to, because he knew I was making the connection, see. And having lived through all of that myself, and still being a broken little toy soldier, I almost took that man's life. I was going to rip him off first, steal all his guns. He was a military buff, right, E7, retiree, worked at a tractor shop, had a nice gun collection. I was going to shoot him with his own guns. But then what would that have done for the children? What would that have done for me? So I had to go away. I had to go away knowing what was going on. At the same time, the enemy was steadily trying to wipe me out and using When you guys find out, man, you're gonna know. You're gonna know. God knows what he's doing, and he knows exactly who he's using. And I've never heard a story like mine. Never. Matter of fact, I don't even have to tell you half of it, and it's going to be a story like I've never heard before. And I'm sure they're out there. And in that case, I'm going to suggest you tell it. Because we need to hear it. Faith come by hearing, baby. So much. Don't put off today what you think you'll have time to do tomorrow. You may. But if it's worth doing, they say it's worth doing right. And if you're impressed to do it, then I would suggest that you do. If something in you is a chord's being struck, like if this struck a chord in me, you're a weird fucking dude. If that struck a chord in me, which it would have years ago, but I would have responded, speak where you last, right? I've come a long way, baby. Remember that? He logged in under a different account. Of course, it was a thing. They never show you who they really are. That's how you'll know them by their fruit. They're not afraid of who they are, who they're becoming. Unless you're a freak becoming, then you know you're. It's just a matter of time. Yeah. So. But my love for them. But the struggle that I know. The war, the battle. What's going on. I just want to help them. Show them the way. It makes it all better. I would have been a freak if it was up to them. I would have been the same shit they were molding me into. Me and my grandson have the best relationship. I could never think about doing that to another child, but then I don't know how they're wired. I just know that there was a time when I would have stomped out a roommate that kept sharing with me over and over, confessing, and I said, listen, I understand, but they had me in your room because you might get killed by someone else. But I'm going to ask you to please don't share that story with me again. I heard it once. And it almost sounds like you're glorifying it. And there was a time when I would have really hurt you. But not too bad, because I wasn't cut that way. I mean, I knew when to stop. That's why the Lord said, I said, okay, Father, how do I know I'm not a freak? He goes, well, that same Satan, one at the helm, at this particular time, you'll know. And I'm praying, and I've been led to pray for her lately. See, I wasn't before. Her petition, things have changed a little bit. It's not of my doing, of course. Just a messenger. But even her. And I said on the phone, there's a great shaking happening here in the judicial system. It wasn't just it was everywhere. I felt it. That angel came to me. He said, I'm here to protect you. He said, there's people in here that want to harm you. He was from Laos. And I second questioned it because he was a guy that I happened to know through the grapevine that was a dealer of a substance, and he was into doing a lot of trade. So he was having a small beef with a guy in the cell, and almost was going to blows about a title of a car, just one of them weird tweaker deals, you know. None of it makes sense, you know. They'll steal from each other and then help each other look for it type thing, right? Except you could tell he wasn't on it. He was just slinging it. So that kind of threw me for a loop about him being angelic at all. He hadn't told me this yet. Because I watch everything that goes on in the cell. I'm not involved in a lot, but you get accustomed to everything that goes on. You start to sense a lot of things. It's just part of survival. That's just how it is. But this man, I was led to leave, and I don't do this much at all, hardly, unless I'm led to. Because these ramens aren't cheap. Remember, I told you $1.10. You think I'm kidding? Oh, I gotta watch what I say. Rockin' ramen, right? Must have stock in it. So I leave him a ramen because it is starving us in here. You know, they'll show you pictures of your family online of what they're. It's a lie. So I go over to his little cubicle, and you don't just go into anybody's cubicle, but I was led to just go in there and leave him a ramen. Something else. And that dude. See, don't let your left hand know what your right hand's doing. Let God get the glory. Right? So you don't, look at me type thing. That's kind of what that's all about. So I leave the ramen in there. And he was downstairs. I think he was out in they have a little yard, but it's just a concrete cage on top. It's not even. It's like a little pound. But he was down there doing something, and there was really no one around that was watching because you didn't want anybody else to see it because people kind of look out for it's just you got to be real careful about doing certain things. But I went right in there and I set it down there and I went about my thing. I was reading my Bible or something. Maybe I was doing push-ups or something. He came right to me and he says, "Thanks for the soup." I looked at him. I said, "Huh." I didn't even say you're welcome. I said, "Huh." He goes, "You know who I am?" And I says, and it came right. I says, "I kind of have an idea," because right then the Lord said, He's one of my messengers. But I just, like I said last, because you've been on there a couple days. He left on the third day too. He said, "I'm an angel." He says, I've been sent here to protect you. He says there's these entities, there's entities and people here that want to hurt you. Oh, and there was. And it wasn't just the inmates. No. Oh, they used to taunt me all the time, take me down in the elevator. And I would finish shit that they were saying, and they would go, "Mm-hmm." You see, it was a game. It was a game, and I obliged them because see, I knew, and it was what they didn't like it. They were on the losing proposition, but it was almost comical because some of them that were like, let me see, are you sure? Let me try it, kind of like some of you guys do once in a while. Let me just see. Let me throw this out there and see. And sometimes you guys do that. You throw stuff out there, and I let it go. And I go, "Oh, no. I'm not doing that." I do that a lot. A whole lot. Because I feel so cheap, I'm being used. My baby girl. So, there's so much. So very much, people. We're going to have fun getting there. With or without you. You might as well get on the winning team. Because I'm going to tell you, if you like eternal happiness and bliss, everything you could possibly think of doing that you, used to be able to see, that times 70 times 7. Oh, and your family's going to get big. It's a beautiful a beautiful thing. 9:10? 9:10 already? My oh my. Well, not to mention, I've got me Blackfeet medicine piece and me sword, and of course, I've got me threefold cord not easily broke. Me black and white, me gold. Me gold. There's signs, they're everywhere. You guys, you'll see them, you'll pick them up. The more faith you exercise, the more you're going to start seeing, wait a minute, man, I got some amazing power. That's why it says, don't gloat over the fact that these demons, they bow to you. No lime in the coconut last night. Now, we might get a little whiff of her later, which it's just an entity, and I tell you that. That's why sometimes you got to be careful on what you read. It'll appear like, at least this is old news. This is old news, and I'm so uneducated when it comes to the computer. Like I said, I really should probably try to take a small class, but to the guy that they hand a book in Walla Walla to when you're supposed to program, because they know he doesn't learn academic stuff like he should. Like it sounds like he does, but he don't. So why is Steen reading a book? Why does he get to read a book? Like, man, don't worry about Steen. Because they knew. And the Lord knows also he uses the foolish to confound the wise, the least likely to get the credit. Oh, I can read. I taught myself to read. I probably got 11th grade reading. Definitely. I can't do none of my time saver. Probably 3rd grade. My IQ's probably, I don't know, not real high, but I got wisdom beyond belief. Stuff that blows me away sometimes. But I picked up stuff as I went along too. I learned with my hands. I was one of them. I never really, like my bro Forrest, he can read any directions, and he turned his life completely around. What a blessing. And he'd share the same story with you. It's not like I'm breaking confidence, but we've come a long way. A lot of people, a lot of death, people. Whew. It's just senseless. Man, I'm telling you, man. I know. I've died. The Lord said, "Oh, you've died, son. You've died. You were walking death too." God, some of this stuff, man. It's just amazing. I was in Florida. Man, rough part of Tampa. Rough. I got friends that live in Sarasota, and I like snorkeling on the beach. St. Pete, Clearwater. It's some about, and I went to culinary art school at, people say, well, how did you go to culinary art school if you don't have an education? It's a hands-on program. I graduated top of my class. Grand Hyatt, right there at Campbell Courtney Causeway, and they were trying to hire me before I even graduated. They're like, dude, you are a natural. But I was too busy confronting that. See, the enemy knew, and he was like, we do not want him to have any taste of normalcy, anything that's going to represent some sort of stability or something that he can be proud of. No. I'm telling you, the enemy works extremely hard on our self-worth, or the lack thereof. Because then we start hanging around people we should not be hanging around. And I'd sound like a but it's the truth. And how are you going to know what bad company is if you don't or what? How are you going to know what bad character is or bad company is if you don't know? Bad company corrupts good character, and you won't know unless you use righteous judgment, is what I'm saying. And you won't be able to give righteous judgment if you yourself are out running amok and sinning and doing stuff you're not supposed to be doing. And not that we're perfect, but I'll tell you what, I stumble few. Today I stumble few. I know it goes, today I stumble few. Today far and few. I stumble, today far and few. That's right. Part of my name be found. I haven't sung that song enough to remember it, but I was led to write it in prison. Now, not lighting of the lamps, But Freedom Flood, I was actually in treatment many years ago, and I said to this guy, and I don't even know where it came from because I don't even know if I really believed in God at the time. I says, God created us with a musical mind, and I believe I had heard that through Shelley off 3AVN, which another miracle, another miracle. And again, I don't have to agree with everything, but I have to use this. And I said that, and he goes, "Oh, really, huh?" This guy that was just kind of overhearing our conversation. He says, he says, so you believe in God, and you say He created us with a musical mind? And I was like, "Well, yeah." He was kind of came in out of nowhere, like I was like, "I want you to mind your own business," but I didn't. And he says, "Okay, well, here he says, here's a piece of paper and a pencil." He goes, write me a song." And I went, "Oh, wow." And I it's got this impression. Go ahead. So, kind of like repent of your sins, died once, nevertheless alive, living doctrine, Spirit testifies, every evangelist now present, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Before I could even get that, it just started to come out. The song just started to come out. And I set it down for 3 to 7 minutes. And I slid it over to him, and he looks at it, looks at me, he looks at me again. He goes, "All right, man." He goes, I'm going to give you that one." He goes, that was good. That was real good. This isn't no. And I said, "No." I said, "Have you ever heard?" No, but okay, I'm going to give you that one. He slides me that. And he goes, "But now go ahead and sing a song to it." And I almost said, "Wait a minute. No, that wasn't the deal." I almost did that. But something told me, no. Just belt it out. And I did. I really did see a putty tat. You see what I did there, baby? And there was the song, Lighting of the Lamp, or Freedom Flood. And many more. The songs that you see, the notes and all that, I had another guy in when I was in Larch, when they first when they first kicked me down the crevasse. The when I was actually 100% innocent. Because there were some times when I really deserved to be where I was at. Maybe not for the time or whatever, this and that. And I deserved to get good mental health counseling, so that I could, not on medication, good mental health counseling. And I know a man, Christopher Franklin, that man loved me. And I knew he did. He gained my trust. He gained my trust, and he was able to help me. See, I've always wanted to change. I just didn't know how. I used to write him letters. I'd say, when I was on the run, when they were trying to throw me away, and he knew it. I said, I'd give a fake address. They did look for me for a little while, but I had people that were backing me saying, "Hey, they're looking for," and they stopped doing it after a while. But I said, there's not too many days that go by, Chris, and I don't think about what you've done for me and my family. So you've helped me to learn not to live in constant fear. And some might say, constant fear? I thought you was a savage. Well, we all suffer from a little fear. Don't think for a minute we don't. And this man helped me. I'd like to believe that his reports about my honesty and his attention to detail when I was honest with him enough to know to put me in that unhealthy attachments group and that self-worth group, things changed. Medication, none of that. That guy didn't believe in none of that. That's really, he could even write meds, but that he could fill out, he could do scripts. He was a psychiatrist, psychologist. I get them too mixed up, but he was the cat's, the shiznizzle for the writing the scripts. He had a different method. And I always, doctors are always like, "Well, here, let's try this, let's try that." And I always felt weird on him, so I just stopped taking them and just went right back to my madness, just self-medicating myself, with alcohol or whatever. I didn't realize, they always tried to plant into you need medication, you're broken, And they can glue that small fractured piece together in a way to where you won't notice how damaged you are until you start to implement yourself in this otherwise big broken system, and That's what they want. They want you part of this broken system, man. And this man helped me a lot, and I believe, like I said, I'd like to believe he's single-handedly, he's partly responsible for Judge Judge Murphy. I love that guy, and I really do. And I might not agree with the system thing, and I'm gonna get to that. But that man there now, he runs a mental health from what I understand, a mental health courtroom. So he's and through some reports that were not read in open court, and oh, Rose boy, whoo, she did not like that. She tried so hard because she hated God. She had a run-in with my brother, and my brother, boy, was one steen fits all when you're hammering away, when you're locking them down. But no, he knew, and they know people that they know when you're lying. You can only lie to some of the people some of the time, man. You can only manipulate. It's only some of the time. Pretty soon you're gonna meet somebody that wrote the book. They didn't just read it. They wrote it. What are you going to do then? Read it, read it, wrote it. Then you're going to have a real hard time trying to manipulate somebody and pull some crap over on somebody that's already been there. They've seen it. And knows that just ain't the way. So, no, people. It's all coming down. It's all hitting the fan. Like I said, I've never seen it roll downhill. But I have seen it hit the fan. And that it is hitting the fan. Sucker. I love you, baby girl. So, keep track of what time. We are time. We are. Won't you tell your dream to me? Grab yourself, I'll set you free. Look inside, girl. Yep. When the moon hits you, I like a big pizza pie at Amore. I don't know, I just keep... It's like between the moon and New York City. This has been in my head lately because I want to clown you. But I won't. Because I'm led not to. But there's things that go on behind the scenes too, people, that when we sit down and actually speak about every little thing, you're going to go, what's that, and this, and that, and that, and then I'm going to go, yep. You're going to be like, oh my gosh. Now I know. So when you think, oh God, has he forgotten about me or this and that, man, I actually had, I was only able to get away for just a minute to go hunting. I thought I was clearing my head, I love you so much, but there's so much going on. Don't think that you're not the only one, baby. We're all going through this, some more than others. So be thankful for what we got. Like I said yesterday, you couldn't, if I was able to live as old as the ancient brother and sister, right? There is nothing I could do within that amount of time on the face of this earth that would cause me, I couldn't outdo everything to would cause me to be dissatisfied with what I had. And it just blows me away, I am so thankful. I found myself thanking God because I would wake up sometime. Like I said, I'd go to sleep in heavy machinery because I had a family member that was telling people that love me, hey, don't help him. He's trouble. He needs to learn. But nobody knew what was going on yet. I was running from Captain Howdy and the satanic Luciferian three-ring circus. And let me tell you, clowns, we can use them, and all. It just depends. It's motive, intent. Predicted that one too. So many. It's just, it goes on and on. This story, like I said, the Lord made it clear the other day. It's perpetual revision. It's perpetual revision. That's what's going on here. That's what's happening. And it's not part of it. It's trying to reverse. It's trying to throw a wrench in old Father Time. See? And at the same time, it's trying to decimate Mother Earth and make a mockery of his creation, his image, us. Remember, we're going to get past the pearly gates. The body, we're not the tail. Different parts of the same body. Go right on through them pearly gates. Kingdom's coming here. It's here. It's gonna be here. When it says a new heaven and new earth, you better believe it's gonna be right here. There's the reason there's a new, and again, I'm not trying to be, but a lot of things that nobody taught me these things. But the Lord, I'm gonna spit some stuff eventually. It's just what the way it is, was, and will be. I thought to myself, who am I? I can't go. He said, son, who are you? That is the question. Who are you? As I stood up in that church and said, you're making a mockery. Do you hear what this man is saying? I'm sure I embarrassed my mother. But the devil is more in religion than anywhere else. He's already got the people that are cold. He's already got them. He's not even in there. He's in the lukewarm. He's in religion, and he's in all these industrial complexes. That's where he's at. That's where he concentrates mostly. These big mega churches, not all of them, most of them though, most of them. And I'm not going to single them all out. That's not my deal. That's not my deal. Now, my flesh before, I just wanted, it just, we're going to name it. There's some things I will, but there's some that's not necessary. It's just not necessary. So, for all you that are thinking that, God, life can't get much worse, be thankful for what you got. There are people that are way worse off than we are. There are children right now that are being tortured. They're suffering right now. In the name of the God that's mocking us for now. Look what it's doing. When you see what it's doing to our children and to our beloved natives, when you see what they've got going on underneath Mother Earth here, when you see what's really happening, it's going to piss you off. It's going to probably scare some of you first, and either that fear is either going to piss you off to where you're going to suit up. You're going to helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, shield of faith, which extinguishes all the flaming arrows of Pelosi. That's why he comes arrowless. People don't know that. The sandals, the belt, truth, which holds up what? The sword. That belt is black and white. It's pretty clear. For some of us, and I pray, and counting, people are waking up. You're all well worth it. Every one of you. So, when you hear this story laid out, it's going to take a lot. It's so detailed. It's so amazing. It's just amazing. It's amazing. And we're all a part of it. That's the thing. You all got good stories too. Tell it. Like I said, don't think that your testimony is insignificant. I have seen words reconfigure in midstream, mid-swing. And the person is receiving the message. You see the light going on. You see it, that lamp being lit. And we know darkness can never overtake light. That's why light. I had that old contact printer. If you look on my Facebook, man, that thing was rare. I could have took that down to the Pawn Stars. That light exposes a negative. And you notice, nobody taught me this, but this is just common. This is common sense, and this is, but again, nobody taught me this, and I'm sure it's well known. But it dawned on me that because I grow stuff, and I've got real good at that, the Lord, because I love what I'm doing. I believe in what I'm doing. They know, they sense me, just like kids. It's going to sound weird. The devil tried using it. I wondered why. And then sometimes street lights would go on. It's the weirdest thing. I walk by children, even my ex, she'd like, and then finally she'd have to tell me, well, no, calm down. That's just, that happens. The kids are like, just staring at me like they're, some of their parents like, God, they don't even look at me that way. Me. And I buy them candy. I bribe them with the Snickers and Mars bar. Couldn't help it. You know, I didn't know. It's the Lord created us in His image. Let it shine. Let it shine. Armor up. Stay prayed up. Don't worry. Don't worry, for tomorrow has worries of its own. And don't get caught up in yesterday. Remember, live in the here and now. A lot of people say, well, that sounds like a pretty liberal way of living. Well, yeah, if you're thinking like you only live once, they'll pervert everything. They'll twist everything. Well, this is what he's trying to say. No. If you want to know what I'm trying to say, you come ask me. Don't you read this shit on here. You come ask me. Don't let him mess with your head. If things have changed between you, let me know. I'm a big boy now, although I'm never going to grow up in that sense. He's restoring all the locusts of Eden. Just let it go. What good is what you got if you just don't, if you don't give it away? You can't give something you don't possess. Remember, if you confess and believe, He's faithful and just. He's going to send you helper. 2 or more gather. That third person, the Lord taught me, is the one that we intercede for. That doesn't necessarily know how to pray for themselves. But He's there where 2 or more gather. Where 2. Let's just keep it. Let's just stop right. SVP, scripture verse, just 2. We don't even have to go more. Let's just go 2. Well, 2, I'm in a cell right now. And I know you're here, God, because I see you. I feel you. I know you. I know. But there's just me. It became real clear. Fasting for days without water. My roommate's like, dude, man, you should be dead. Dead. You can't go more than this many days without water. Are you sure you're not drinking water while you're in there showering, singing songs? Huh? No. And miracles happen. People seen it. Oh, man. Years of miracles. Miracles. Oh, boy. Miracles. And you guys are fixing to see more. You're already seeing them. You know it. You know. You know what you're seeing. And I know what I'm seeing. I know what's becoming. And I am so proud to know each and every one of you. I can't wait to just give you all a hug. A hug. You know, we don't hug each other enough. Too busy giving each other a kiss of death. It's hugs. When my grandson goes to school, I say, oh no, let me get a little hug. Because what Tammy taught me, the Lord taught me by using Tammy. She's just one of several. She's the young lady that I kept promising I was going to go see my nephew's mother. And who knows what may have been. I mean, really. Because I was going through some things myself. Very unhealthy attachment. I had a candy company that I formed. I started through a vision, along with a lot of other visions. And the enemy, like I said, you know, have you ever felt like the enemy's constantly pissing over your shoulder while you're trying to start a fire? No. And so sometimes you got to put your foot down, and even in the face of, you know, you can't make people change. You can't make people change. And I wouldn't want to, because then that's forcing your love and your will. And I want someone to want me. I don't want somebody. I don't want to buy a bag hoe, you know. Which I've never done that, by the way, too. And I want you to know I bought one prostitute my whole life. One. And you know, that girl spent 3 hours with me. I gave her $20. I was drinking, smoking crack. Of course, she wasn't doing any drugs with me, but she spent 3 hours with me for a measly $20. She liked me, and I'm going to tell you how I know this. She told me, and she showed me where she lived. I tied up a nickel holding up $50, so to speak. It was $20 holding up potentially $500 for 3 hours. She enjoyed spending that much time with me. I did bring her home to my daughter. I know it's going to sound crazy because I was drinking and my dad said, how old is she? And she said, I'm 19 years old. My daughter was pissed. This was years ago. This was years ago. This was... I want someone to want me, man. I don't ever have to buy any sex. Hey, granted. But I've learned. Oh boy. When you're given lemons, yeah, it pays to know. It pays to know. Oh, it pays to know. You know, baby. Doesn't matter if that thing just fell right smooth. It wouldn't even matter because you'd be plugged in. Because I know, like that. Oh, baby. That's the promise our Heavenly Father. He allowed it to be like that. Granted, maybe not explained that way. But hey, man. I'm not a saint. But I know the Lord said, son, you've been cut from some of the finest royal cloth. They know that. You have to know that. Humbly, but boldly. Move forward. Boy, well, so much for where we're going to cut this one off in a minute, right? This just goes to show you how much I enjoy spending time with you. That's really all this is. It's just me really honestly enjoying being with you guys. Spending time with you. Because I know, I feel the connection. I already feel it. It helps me. All your guys' testimony, they all help me, man. Come on. that it's beyond your grasp. And if you're not getting it, it's okay. You're not supposed to at the time. You're okay. You're on the winning team. You're all right. Like I said, you're just fine. You're just fine. It don't want you to know that. It does not want you to know what we know. This smile on my face is an outward manifestation of an inward condition. That condition is life. True liberty. Love. So I'm going to start tomorrow from the beginning so that I can tie in a few little loose ends that were dangling from the previous video, the previous two videos that combined 3 hours total. Because there's some valuable things that I need to make sure that I fill in those blanks, because it's gonna help. It's gonna help brighten up the picture a little bit to see. It's not all doom and gloom. Even from the beginning, there was always that little bit of. The Lord told me you had people praying for you. You just didn't know. You had people even when you were a child, because there's that age of accountability. But when you got warped fools and the head of the house is no longer in the picture, things can get really precarious for our children. You know, they're resilient, but they're our children. They're His children. And when we set the example, especially if you let the word Christ or Lord or anything like that come out of your mouth, and then you show something different, and it causes them to stop. Oh boy, that's what, like I said, caused me to turn away from. And I ended up, by turning away from that, I went down probably a really unnecessary road. But the Lord took that and made it, and is turning it into a blessing, as He is right now. Taking that which is negative, which was not a test, it was a temptation. It was just straight carnage on my life, because it knew this conversation. It didn't want this conversation happening. Many. When I told you about that Laotian angel, many of them lately have told me, basically, or maybe not even said anything, but let me know I'm an angel. But the thing about it is they have passed. They actually have. So I'm coming to the realization that these hosts are being these vehicles, conduits, vessels, instruments. It's just like that. They're being. But there's history there. So it's not like they just popped in on the scene. Is what I'm trying to say. That's what kind of threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute. This guy has history, and it happened to me at Larch too. I felt this guy just staring at me, right? And you don't just stare at people in prison. You don't, especially scrappy and crazy. You don't even though we're little dudes. Believe me, win, lose or draw, we're gonna get some respect, right? But this guy was just staring at me, and I looked over at him, and he just kept staring at me, and I went over, and he goes, "I've been waiting for you." I'm like, "Who are you, fool?" He's so bad. He looked like a little old Moses. Those are little dude, right? Old man, huh? And he was in bad shape physically, but I just knew I was staring at an angel. But then as days went on, I kept, I tried not to act like I was observing him, but I kept trying to check him out, and he was acting too human, to be an angel. But then there were certain things he wouldn't do, and there were certain things, and the way he said certain things, and some of the things he was drawing. And I was becoming, I knew them things, like I knew Millie, like I'd known her forever. Like I said, I'd seen her many times before, but that one time at the shooting range, it was crazy. It's like I'd always known her. It was really, and I started, like I'd always known this guy, like he'd always known me. He used to always keep me accountable too. Like I'd be getting a little tired maybe, you know, because I'd walk that. I did not want to stagnate at all. Oh no, because I knew in my heart. I didn't know yet that I was winning that appeal. I was just winning on faith. I turned myself. I went on faith. The Lord said, "I got you, son. If you got to do 84 months, do you trust me?" And I said, "Yes, Father, I do." He goes, "Son," so he goes, it's beyond all that whether you're innocent. Do you trust me?" I said, "I did." My daughter drove me down there. She says, "Dad, are you sure you want to do this?" She says, "Hey, maybe we could just go get a bite to eat, you know?" She said, "I want to read you a letter." She says, "You know, my dad, you know, I never really got along with him." He said, "He uprooted us. He took us all over, uprooted us. We had no stability." He said, "I never really cared too much for him. I loved him, never really cared too much for him." He says, "But this guy has made some major changes. I've seen it in the last 3 years." She says, "You know, he's becoming a real dependable, reliable person. He's becoming a father." And I was too busy trying to give, and tears are streaming down my face. I'm watching this homeless, this black brother crawl out of the stickers, and I'm trying to give 20 of the $60 that my ex gave me for ramen money, and I'm trying to give it to this guy because I'm led to do it. And she's like, "Are you?" I said, "Yes, I'm listening." And at the same time, I'm taking pictures of, stuff up there and trying to post, still caring about everybody while I'm just about ready to go hand myself over. This is what kind of person you think you know. And she says, "Dad, are you sure you want to do this?" And I said, "Baby, I have to. I've been on the run for 3 years." And I said, "And look at all the Lord has done with me right here. Look at my doctor has offered me a job. I finished the book. It's in the Library of Congress. Granted, and I didn't really know yet what happened to it on you know where. She's a big freakish woman, right? Type thing. There was a few other things that happened, and you know what? She was hoping, and I said, I got to do what I got to do. That's why I needed to see you, baby. You see, that was also why. Because things may have been different. You know what I mean, and it's okay. It's all right. If we're led to, that'll happen. But God will let us know. The good Lord. And again, I use God. It's such a washed out. It's almost like, wow. Just so many amazing things. So many intersecting circumstances that you just can't make this stuff up. I mean, you like I said, you couldn't even get every single author, all of them. Not even Ellen G. White, and I think she wrote more than any female or anybody in history. You couldn't even come close to coming up with some stuff like that. You just couldn't. No, it's not. Remember, trust is earned, and that is I aim to please. But I can't be concerned with those that don't believe. That I can't be concerned with. I do care about what people think, but I can't be concerned with the condition in which they receive the message that I give them. They'll have to, and if they don't like it, just return to sender. That's just what I'm led to say anyway. Yep. But anyway, it's almost 10 o'clock. I usually watch a couple hours of TV a week, tops. I like, just for your information, also, sweetie, and anybody else that care. I like stuff like Life Below Zero. My new hero besides you, baby, is Sue. Life Below Zero. I love Sue. She is so innovative. She's just, I just admire her wit, her bravery. I'm jealous of the fact that she gets to spend all that time with her heavenly creator up there. Just kind of be left alone. It's like, I really enjoy just being out in Mother Nature. I like doing that. I like fishing, hunting. All those things my father instilled inside me. He was almost like, he's like almost like a horse whisperer in some ways. It was crazy. We never had any horses. But boy, I'll tell you what. There was a couple running down the middle of the road, stopping traffic. He got out of the car. Nobody wanted to get out. And he just calmed them horses down like it was nothing. Brought them right back to their own. Walked them right on through all the traffic. It was crazy. That's not the first thing he found. Two big old geese walking up Myers Way. We kept those. Yeah, that guy was a lot of fun, man. And when I tell you where he laid to rest at, it was just there's a significance to everything. And I'm starting to find out just how big our insignificance are. There really is no insignificance when you realize that you are truth. You are. You're just seeking wisdom, because we're created in Christ's image. We're created in our Creator's image. It's when sin was found in us. It's once we gazed upon it. So now we're at battle with this selfish flesh. That's why I fast now and again, is to kind of slap it up. And you can do, and I believe you can do different. A song could come on that you really want to listen to, and you go, you know what? I'm going to give this one to the good Lord. I'm going to slap my flesh into shape. Remember, we went over the difference between a test and a temptation. Well, I'm learning when I get that flesh in order, I do things like walk those 3 big margins right in the center of that big yard and sit on the wrong side of the chow hall, which could get you in a real pickle. Yes, sir. It was amazing, too, how I was around other people that were also in a fight for their freedom. Innocent people that were, some of them weren't. They were just going for the appeal, just hoping that, maybe they would catch a break with a loophole. But there was a lot of real innocent people. I could tell. I knew you could tell. I might have been wrong on some of them, but no, there was a lot. And they were working so hard on keeping these people in. That's what was really trippy. It's almost like, yeah, just let go of a few. But it's like they knew this COVID thing was going to shut stuff down. It's like they had to keep it, because it's full, man. You want to know what they did right before they shipped me out of there on that midnight deal, mocking me the whole way, trying to make me think they were going to kill me? And it didn't even faze me. They put 3 supposed COVID test positive guys right next to me after I moved out of the skinhead cell there, because I got tired of waking up to people puking up their Suboxone in the toilet and shit. I was reading my Bible, and I didn't watch their secular TV and stuff. And I still coexisted in a very small area. I give God the glory, and I have to give myself a little credit for that. And they treated me very respectful. I even told Ryan, I said, you know what, thank you. Thank you for treating me with respect. I never forced my belief. They knew what I believed. They sat on that side of the chow hall. Now, of course, I left the same time they did because there's rules you got to follow. Because sometimes, you know, people, they get bored. They'll just wave till you're straggling. And you don't straggle. Well, they don't do that to just anybody because they know that can turn into a riot real quick if you mess with the wrong person. But some people, they don't care. They're sociopaths. There's some twisted people out there. There's a reason why we have prisons. There's a reason. And it's not the reason why they're mostly full today. I'll tell you that. But we'll get into that later. So, a point system. We got a point system here. There's a point system here. Okay, why then did Yeshua come and suffer? Huh? For a point system? Yet I have seen these judges literally puke up all that they're retaining, all their evil, everything that they shackle, everything that shackles them, everything that they wear proudly like a still writhing mink, which we know what they do, those nasty little gerbil loving freaks. They're freaks, man. These are all butt pirate Twinkie puffin freaks, and they want you to be a freak too. Wouldn't you like to be a freak too? Look, man, let it go. Get on board. Like I said, BM, it's not even so much that. It is, ultimately. But right now, it's about you personally. It's the deception. It's not even so much you're packing, buddy. It's that you're lying, and it's why are you lying? That's the question. That's the question. Why? They love to mock, and they know that there are people that are going to see. That's the rules it has to follow so that it can taunt you. So when we stand, you'll be like, well, I didn't know. Like I said the other night, well, what do you mean you didn't know? I sent you this, and this. And here it is. It's all being played out. And you're standing with that Neutrogena naked. Not a lot to hide behind. Victoria has no secrets. She came clean. I was able to pray over that brother. They were sending him back to prison because he was slipping up here and there. So I won't go into detail, but I called her when I got back to Washington. Oh, and I was pissed. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that sucked up money I didn't have. Both times. That sucked a lot of money. But the Lord told me, don't worry, son. So much has been established. Never, ever, never think that the smallest, what you might believe is insignificant testimony, a walk by faith, is going to go ungerminated. It's just not, you're not the one that gives the increase, son. If you don't see it right away, don't think you failed. Have faith. And so I kept plugging away, and I'm telling you, man, it was only scary up to a point. Once I started to see that these people, they don't have any control. They don't have no power. They claim they do, and they'll use past murders as an illustration to. But once you overcome that fear, they literally lose power to do anything to you. Do you know there's so many people praying right now and casting spells on me as we speak right now. I see them, and you know they're not even affecting me. Look. I am as high as a kite right now. Naturally, I don't do drugs. I haven't done substances since December 22nd, 2015. I don't need to. I don't need to cheapen some woman and have sex with her because I feel alone and offend and commit adultery with her future husband and my future wife, because that's what's happening. As a person thinks, so they are. It's when them two people join together that spirit goes. Now the sins that don't lead to death, I don't know when the Holy Spirit gets quenched out. It's a case by case basis, but it can be quenched out. Don't think it can't. That Ron Poe pill, don't think it's some set it and forget it salvation. I got news for you. That's what sent me when I wanted to change and didn't know how, and so I went into religion to try to get a little sound reason. Then they sent me away thinking that it's okay, like a dog returning to my vomit. Well, that's real convenient to somebody that lives a life of sin, like I learned to master. And you want to, and I was paying to have them tell me this stuff. See, that's the thing. They loved it. We're paying to have our ears tickled. That's the other silly part about the whole thing. We're paying for our own demise, to gobble our own goo, our own death. Seek ye first the kingdom, and everything else will be added. Your wives, your husbands, your patience. That's what long suffering is. It's patience. That means long suffering. So most people don't know what it is to suffer. They're too busy taking. They don't know what it is to give. They don't know how to give. They don't know how to love their neighbor because they hate their self. They hate their creator. And they want you to hate him. And if you don't hate him, then I'm going to tell you what. They're going to try to destroy you, and they're going to try to destroy you before you reach other people to get them from not hating God. To maybe look up as they're bowing down on their knees, they look up and they cry out and they say, look, if you're alive and real, like I did once when I was about ready to end it, another myriad of miracles started happening. It's about the kingdom. It's about souls. It's about our brothers and sisters, our children, our animals, the nature that they are just putting the boots to. It's ours. They don't own it, and they're stomping all over it, pissing on it. Don't let them do it. Pray like you've never prayed before. If you're led too fast, if you're led to make a change, do that. Sometimes tomorrow never comes for us. He's coming like a thief in the night because he wants us to adhere to the illustration that we prepare our homes before we go to sleep by securing them. So be a good host and hostess. Don't quench the Holy Spirit. And if you're worried whether your salvation is in question, then maybe you should be concerned about it. But then just confess, and when you sin, promptly and humbly admit it. If you're led, share it with someone else. Iron sharpens iron. If someone shares something with you, and you're not to share it with them, stay confident. They tell you to share it. Use that testimony. We got to help each other out, man. I'm telling you, man. We're trying to get a few more generations out of her. And like John said, Pounders, Mr. Pounders, they apparently, there are people that are praying that God come right now. And some might say, well, is that a bad thing, Roy, or Donnie, or whatever you want to refer to me as? Is that necessarily a bad thing? Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. I am in this for you. So if I beg for his coming, his return now, and you are lacking, and you're not one of them demons with human flesh stretched over it, wouldn't you like to know that there's somebody that loves you enough because they were loved enough and brought out of the muck to go after you and tell you the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may feel, no matter how many comments these punks make? That's all they are. They're just little punks. Looking for Big Daddy. That's all they are. Yeah. Quit eating that shit sandwich has been buttering for you for many years. We're going to get into that later. But there's so much. And we're building paradise right now. He says he's preparing a place for us. Well, guess what? He's doing it through us. It is being prepared right now. So like he said, don't be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Not renewal, renewing. It's a process. You don't have to have all the answers. You serve one that does. Have faith. Trust him. Excuse me. Trust him. He's never going to let you down. Never going to forsake you. You might think that. It might seem that way. But know that there are people like us praying for you. You are also praying for us. It shows. It's not going unaccounted. None of it's going unaccounted. They want you to think it's all insignificant, that you mean nothing. You are just a chance for happening, an accident, a mistake. People, that is so far from the truth. It's about as far as that damn moonwalk the little Mike could never make. Poor little Mike. He sure got a bad rap, that one. For now. He's not perfect, but I'll tell you what, he certainly wasn't what you might have thought. They had to get rid of little Mike. He started to talk, and he had some clout. You see, I'm going to have to build mine. But I seen this vision. I've seen many visions. I've seen them since I was a kid. I just didn't know what they were. Creeped my mom out. She got rid of me. I don't even want to say, but you know, when people you love take a life insurance policy out on you, that can hurt. That can really hurt. Especially when you continue to feel like you need their approval. Like a dog returning to its vomit. And the enemy using these people to keep you in the restraints of everything that I did. All substance and mental health corrosion, bondage. The enemy will use any vessel that is not home to the Holy Spirit. You're fair game. I'm not saying your head's gonna start turning. That's not what I'm saying. Walk in the Spirit. Galatians 5:16 says, walk in the Spirit and you shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. So, when somebody that had breastfed you, when you know they want you dead, how do you think that would make a person feel? That can really hurt. That can cause somebody to really to kill. That can destroy themselves. See, that's the plan. That was the plan the whole time. Because they couldn't kill me. They can't kill you. So they're trying one more soul that he's using us to salvage. He's coming through us. Didn't you hear Millie? Oh, I did. So did our Heavenly Father. And it would behoove any of you, despite what might become of us. Oh no, this is real. This is real. There ain't gonna be that. I like you today because you liked me yesterday type thing, and I no longer like you today because you. It doesn't work that way, man. That's not what this is all about. Oh yeah. It's about plumb true love. It's about something you're not used to seeing. And it scares you. And it should scare you. But not you, baby. And none of you. Oh yeah. I said, then we need to run it back. Are you sure, Dad? Yeah, we need to run it back. But that's 3 hours. That's a lot. I said, it don't matter. We need to run it back. Dad, are you sure you don't want to write something? I said, son, I know it's hard to understand, but you've got a taste. You've got a 27-year taste. Can you imagine? He's like, okay, I get it. I said, okay, that's just what you know. He's like, I got you. Yeah, I got you. He's believing. We're all believing. Because we've seen it. We're seeing it now. And also what we're witnessing is what the enemy has said they're going to do, and they're not able to do. They're struggling. You notice how they're showing you everything that they've always been doing. That's what they're doing. They're showing you everything. They're showing us everything. They're doing exactly what the Lord promised they would do. He loves us so much. He said, I'm going to. They don't want to play poker with you, son. Oh no. This ain't like Old Maid or Go Fish. Although it is a fisher for men. Do you see what we can do there? That's how I'm able to type all that stuff out and have been able to do that for years. Do you think that I can sit down and do that? I don't even have a GED. Do you know that stuff is going so fast? And I'm literally addressing sometimes 7 things at once. And you are reaching in thinking I'm still talking about you. And I'm loving you in one sentence, and then I'm salting the slug in the other. I'm loving you in one song, and I'm salting a slug in the other. Or a demonic female seductress that is commissioned to seduce me, so I'll forfeit everything I've worked for. Promise it, because all the people that are counting on me now, counting on me, even though I'm not perfect, they're watching now. See, they're watching because I wasn't always this way. And they want to make sure. They just want to see that it's true. You can't blame them. You can't blame these people. You can't even blame them a little bit. You know, I used to get pissed years ago when they kind of set me up. You know how people set you up? See, I know things. And they know now I know. And they have apologized. Some of them don't. Some of them, they don't. I said, you don't even need to. They set me up. Some of them with ill-gotten gain set me up. But some of them, their hearts were in the right spot because they love me so much. It's just like that proverbial, sometimes love hurts. Kind of like when something you really care about runs out into traffic. You know, love does some real funny things. It goes after the one. It will leave the 99 for the one. For one. Yep. So, I love you guys. I love you guys. I'm really starting to get tired now. A little bit. Plus, I'm getting a little dehydrated. I usually am constantly drinking liquid. I've usually got tea or water going in me. Vinegar, local honey, Bragg's vinegar, charcoal. I still do my charcoal to help me with cancer. So many miracles. That charcoal thing, they've been using that for thousands of years. They don't want you to know this stuff. They don't want you to know that stuff. It'll pull that stuff right out of you. They gave me 6 months to live. I told you, my grandmother, she used to eat all her fat, and she died very, very, and still, after all that surgery, she still died a very horrible death. I'm like, no. My grandpa died of that, you know that. It's run in the family, and so you did surgery on that. They still died. I'll take my chance doing it my way, which my way was just basically was just submitting to the Lord. And my people died for lack of knowledge, so I just tried to look into the medicinal properties of organically grown marijuana, which that's what I did. I grew some of the mighty finest smokage. 3,200 a pound. I'm bragging a little bit, but 3,200 up. That's 200 a zip. For outdoor, people say, Steen, are you serious? Donnie, or whoever happened to be, are you, this is outdoor? I go, well, yeah, it doesn't look like outdoor. I said, well, if you want me to lie to you, I will. He said, but this doesn't look like. I said, well, you know, it's just, and it helped me a lot. With cancer, helping me with pain. I was riddled. They said, that's why. Doctor told me, an Asian doctor, he says, it's not your teeth, because I keep my teeth clean. My kids were like, Dad, your breath. I was like, I was in tears, because, man, when your kids are like, you know, and you can't give them a kiss or a hug or something, you know, it really, and you know you're a clean freak when it comes to your teeth, right? Because I can't stand them needles. So I make sure I don't have to go to that dentist. Plus, I like having a clean mouth. Makes me feel clean. Even if I wasn't able to, when I was homeless as a kid, when I was running from all that psychosis, people knew. There's Donnie, because I always had a toothbrush in my back pocket. I'd find someone's hose, and if I could, I'd wash my hair. I'd at least brush my teeth, you know? Yeah. So much to tell. It's amazing, really. I could never, ever deny that there's a creator. You know, my daughter, she fell the other day, or so she told me she did. I come out. My grandson's little cubby. It's usually a mess, you know, because, you know, it's hard to keep kids in order, you know. So everything's kind of just thrown in there. I come out, and everything's in order, and it's the first time I've seen that since I've been home. I said, what happened? Did you slip, trip, and fall here? She goes, yeah, I fell, and everything went completely in order. I says, oh, are you serious? Without even missing a beat. I said, oh, I want you to be a guest on my little Twitter deal. You'll be a living illustration that the Big Bang Theory really exists. You slip, trip, fell, boom, and everything is completely in order. And she started laughing. She's like, Daddy. She's 23. I had 2 lovely children. And I know I only have 2 children. I never really hoard around. I've never been into that. I always got attached. I wasn't that guy. Unless we were in the swinging scene and on drugs and stuff. Mess. But that turned to bite me in my butt, I'll tell you that. But I love you guys. And I'll let you go. I gotta get some water. Probably make a little bit of tea. Maybe watch a little Life Below Zero if it's on. Pawn Stars, American Pickers, stuff like that. I even watch Storage Wars, even though I know some of the stuff set up. I just I watch stuff like that. I don't watch any. I don't. I can't. I haven't. I've never really watched TV except when before my life seemed to go to hell in a handbasket. I watched the Sunday night lineup. It was a home back then, like I said. It wasn't a house. It was a home. You know. So I like that song. That Conway Twitty song reminds me of my dad. One of many, because we had three bedrooms in our Des Moines home, and it was three long. You know those long mirrors. You know, for dressing and whatnot. But they were on the outside of the door. So if the doors were shut, it was I dubbed and the Lord said, son, it was all for you, son. Because I woke up crying late at night when I was very young. I had a dream, my father. You see, and I walked down that mirrored hall. So much connection. Once you're able to start to piece it, you're gonna be like, wow, you weren't kidding. And I'm sure you're gonna be. If you're not now, like I said, if I was to be asked how I felt 5 minutes before I went into, let's say, Celebrate Recovery, you'd get a different answer than 5 minutes after I leave. Sometimes we got to light a fire under our butt. You know, like I said, just getting ourselves outside sometimes is like, wow, man, it was hard just to get yourself motivated to do it. You just got to do it. Once you do it, you're going to feel good about it. At least I do. I feel good about it. Even something small, like just changing the bird seed in the feeder, you know? Or the water in the hummingbird, or whatever. I put that up because I'm sure they flew south. Of course, I was down at my brother's the other day, Forrest, and he had a hummingbird feed, and I'm like, I thought they fly down south in the wintertime. Apparently, he said, well, guess not. I'd take mine down because I didn't want it freezing up. I thought they flew the coop. I'm pretty certain they did. I'm almost certain I seen it when I was a kid in Wild Kingdom because I loved that stuff. That's why it irritates me, the zoos and aquariums and all that. Oh man. If you knew how God really truly felt about that stuff, and you got people go, well, what about the children and educate? Well, man, you better find another way to do it. You ain't gonna cage these damn majestic creatures up. We have dominion over them, and here you want to put them under your foot? Yeah. Like I said, they got people up in Alaska that take care, way better care of 20 dogs for like Iditarod runs, or just even service dogs, as you know, just for working dogs up there, you know. And they take better care of their dogs on chains out there than most of these people up here. The new puppy smell wears off, and they go put it out on a chain. These are social creatures, man. That's why I have a hard time. I cannot leave my dog down at the Humane Society and leave with him conscious there. Sure, they can only process so much stuff, but I just know that my dog would think like, Daddy, what are you doing? What have I done? I don't like what they did to me when I was a kid. What have I done? Why would you leave me here with these people? And pay them all that money. Oh, don't worry. We know what they do is they probably wait till a bunch of them, and then they just go ahead and gas them. My brother said that they have a deal where they actually put the needle in their deal, and you can be with him, you know, so I can sing a song to him when he goes. But I didn't breathe a breath of life into his nostrils, and I don't plan on taking it out. Now I pray at night that he goes in his sleep like baby girl did. I actually got to witness that because if I would have woke up and she would have been gone, these dogs, they've helped me in ways it's hard to imagine. People with major post-traumatic stress understand how valuable dogs are, and they're so precious. And so it would behoove you, all you that are fighting dogs, and you got them out there on the chain. It's one thing to put them on the chain when you're at work or whatever, but man, get them a companion or give them some room to run. But it would behoove you. You better watch how you're treating our creatures, because they're ours. You treat them bad, they're not yours, they're ours. Your children, you treat them bad, they're ours. Even your body. Well, it's my body. Well, you wanted to go out and have irresponsible sex, but it's now your body. It's the same your body that wanted to go out and be irresponsible and have unprotected sex. And now you want to take it out on the life that you were just a host in introducing. That's all you were. God, man, we've cheapened life so. It's just sickening. Just sickening. That's why I got my dogs fixed. All mine are rescued. I rescued all mine. I've had several. I got miracles about them. I've trained them. They've never even looked at my cattle wrong. They said, you're never going to be able to have these pit bulls around your cattle. Man, those things were laying with them. Of course, they were chasing my damn turkeys when I weren't looking. And it's funny, too, because they seriously think. They're literally 10. I call them. They come in. 6.5 acres. They come running in, and they stop 5 yards from the porch. And they're standing there, and they think because they can't see me because they're right behind the tree, and I've scrogged all my plants, and then you can see their whole body. They're standing there, and I'm like, I see you guys. Come on. And they're standing there like I don't see them. Boy, story of our Creator, right? Oh, yeah, people. Don't mistreat our animals. Miracles. Miracles wrapped in. And I've seen some pretty demonic stuff throughout it. And I don't know how it works. I've seen it through children, too. And I don't know how that works. But I've seen it happen. I don't know how it works. I just stay prayed up. And I try not to assume the worst. And I certainly listen and consider everything, and I consider the source the best I can. But mostly, I keep the faith and live in the moment, because it has worked for me so far, and nothing else has. And I've tried pretty much everything, and it just hasn't worked. So, until this fails me, this is what you're going to get with me. And I'm going to cut these down, try to cut them down to like even an hour segment, and then cut those down in 15, 20-minute segments for YouTube. Because I know even my attention span, excuse me, on some stuff is pretty short, But it's a lot of miracles. Okay, well, I'm going to let you go. I love you people, because if I don't, I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to be doing this all for eternity anyway, so I love you, baby. And have a good night. Have a good night, people. And hopefully I'll get my contacts up, man, running soon.